Alright. Here's my take three. Sure, alright, let's, hopefully do this. Really hope it's the last time I do this. I have some of a game plan, and, this is my third time doing this, so, obviously, me kind of, experimenting stuff, so, hopefully, I have, actually, learned things. Hopefully, this will be the one. It definitely will help me do my games ranking, especially, games kind of more my speed, so that'll definitely be easier for me to talk about. Like, like, my problem is that's my placement because I already have my placements figured out. It's just how much I'm explaining for. Because it's my video, so I kind of do what I want. It's not like a video essay where I have to go super in depth. So yeah, I'm just trying to make this a bit more casual. I've seen in 2024. Okay, hang on, let me go do some Twitch stuff real quick. Um, Whoops. Stream manager switches to just chatting. Um, okay. Ooh, got a couple of viewers. Um, oh, that's not the end of the world. Okay, for the skeets on Blue Sky. Yes, I think it's funny. Okay. Um, have the Celeste soundtrack on the background. I'll throw it on in a second. Here, this is convenient because I can just copy paste the tags. For the YouTube side of things, sure. Alright. Okay. He's also giving up a timer. Maybe at least try to spend at least like 7 minutes a show. I think 7 minutes should be enough. If I need to bend the rules, then so be it. Cause we have like, of course, like some stuff is gonna be like long. For some, like stuff's gonna be longer than other. Some are gonna be pretty short. Like this. It's like at first like some like the ones he, and at first it's like, I'll explain it fully in a second. Go drink my water. Mm. Okay, I think we can get started now. I hope this is over at 7. I first want to break this rule for some shows. Hmm. Hmm. All right, how about we hop right in? um, how's my audio working again? Okay. Okay, hopefully this should. Do you think my phone to see how it sounds? Hopefully it sounds pretty alright. Okay, testing. Okay, testing. Okay. Test. Testing. Test. Testing. Test. Testing. Test. Testing. Test. Um, Testing. 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 Okay, yeah, you sounds pretty alright. So then we get started then. Alright. Alright. Let's get started. Alright. Let's get started. Alright, hey everyone, TechViews here. Welcome back to yet another stream. I've been following this. This is my third take of me trying to rank every show that I have, almost every TV show that I've watched this year. Especially earlier this year, I've been really like getting back into TV shows after some time. So I was like, kind of sit down, chill, and like talk about this, like rank all, basically rank all the stuff I've watched this year. I'd say 3 because I currently have at least a rough idea for like how I want to rank these shows, but like kind of like my explanations is like I'm not trying to go like super. I'm trying to at least keep it like concise enough, but still trying to be somewhat descriptive enough, but not do like full like plot synopsis. But like I don't know. So basically, I'm gonna try and like I have like a little like I'm gonna set like a 5-minute timer and try to really I have like a 7-minute timer. I'm gonna try and like focus on each show for at least like 5 to 7 minutes, something like that. So I encourage me to like get the most out of my time. So yeah, first I'm gonna rank all this stuff. I'm going to like, mostly do in the order of watching, but I do want to talk about Invincible Fight Girl and Gentry Shop versus the Underworld verse, because these are definitely the 2 most recent shows I've watched, and like I definitely do want to give them the spotlight because they're new and like more people should check them out. First off, it's just like based off like my opinion. You can agree, disagree, whatever, as long as you're respectful about it. It would be interesting to hear what were your favorite shows that you've watched this year. You didn't have to come out this year, just like you didn't have to come out to suggest what was your favorite stuff that you watched this year in general. First, based off like my takes, like what I value in the show. So yeah, why not jump into it? Time starts now. Alright. Invincible Fight Girl is. Let me try 6 minutes. We got the Celeste OSC in the background, so yeah. Shouldn't be too long. Alright, here it goes. Invincible Fight Girl is definitely a very strong. First one is definitely an S tier in my opinion. Invincible Fight Girl is it's a great time, really great show overall. I really like the I really like the kind of like the premise of it, just of how like it's a world where like wrestling is like part is like really normalized. I think that's a pretty cool idea for a show. I think it does it really well. Yeah, I really like yeah, I really like the characters. I really like our main protagonist, Andy, a lot with how at first like girls be kind of going all over the place now. At first, it definitely has a very like anime influence, especially to like shonen, like Dragon Ball Z. Especially like the sound design is like very something like Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball, My Hero Academia, Naruto, Hunter x Hunter. Like basically stuff like that. Well, of course, it does have its like own like spin, especially the animation, the art, especially animation. So it definitely feels like anime, but it's still very much a Western production. And like definitely still has like its own spin going for this. Even like go for the common like shonen tropes. Like I really like how the show uses the monologuing trope. Like actually uses it really well. It can definitely be one of those things where it could really detriment your story if used incorrectly. But the show actually does the monologuing really well, and really does enhance the storytelling, especially during the wrestling scenes, during the fight scenes. Like the anime, the animation is good. It does a great job of utilizing limited animation. The fight, the animation is real. It's great, especially the art style. I really love the character designs. I think they're cool, especially the anthropomorphic characters. Yeah, like it's such a cool. So like I really like, especially our main cast. I really like Andy. I think she's a really great. She's a really great protagonist. I'm really loving her story. Of course you have Craig, who's like the bit of the comedic relief and like kind of a jerk. He's like kind of a jerk, but he definitely still really cares about Andy, and especially Mikey. I'm a big fan of with how he's with like he's like an 8-year-old, but he has the look of like his like kind of buff. Like, I think it's really cool, especially his story with how like he's also like a wrestling journalist that's like very interested in the mechanics of wrestling. I think that's really cool. Especially like in general, like the character story, like the pacing is also really good. Like I really would have liked if season 1 happened like 20 episodes, but like the first season being 10 episodes, like this pacing is like really solid. I haven't like I don't really have like any major complaints with the pacing at all. Like they really like the writers really like used the best of the time they had. And there isn't like any like bad episodes. There's like no duds at all. Even like the episodes I consider the weakest are still like pretty darn good. And even like when like even when the episodes aren't focused like on the action, like the wrestling stuff, I can already like praise that. I really like that. I think it's cool. I also really like the especially like I said, the world building, like the character designs. Like I really like how it's like really he's on wrestling, but even then, like Andy, like like she initially like her parents want to like get into like want her to do like accounting, which really explains why she's the accounting girl, as Greg calls her. But then she realizes that she has a really like strong passion for wrestling, and like it's really cool that even like her parents are still like extremely supportive of her with that journey. So that's really cool to see, especially in the first episode, the first and second episode, and even like later on, we're like, I do really like how like she still like keeps in contact with her parents from time to time to like check up with them. It only happens like episode 7, but, like so I still really like that. Even like the episodes like when there's like not really a lot of like wrestling going on, like episode 3 and episode 5, it does a great job at really expanding upon the dynamics of our main cast and the world around and the world of Invincible Fight Girls. Is really cool. So yeah, that's like, of course, that's all I have to say. There's definitely some things I'm going to be upset that I missed, but yeah, Invincible Fight Girl is definitely a very respectable S tier, and yeah, this show absolutely, like, I really pray that the show gets renewed for a second season, because yeah, this show and the crew absolutely deserves it, especially with hang on, me. Oh. especially with the cliffhanger that season 1 ended off on. Yeah, hopefully. Okay, so again, I really like that, like, hopefully gets renewed for a second season. Really just repeating myself, especially with this being like, a Cartoon Network original. Like, it was supposed to, like, be on. I should have mentioned this at the start, but whatever. Like, it was supposed to be on, Cartoon Network, but it ended up getting moved to Adult Swim because, like, CN just doesn't want any action shows. So yeah. First, like, like, watch it. So if you want, it's, all the episodes are available on Max if you have that. You can also buy all the episodes digitally on, like, iTunes and stuff and platforms like that if you're into that. Okay. That's your 7-minute timer done for Invincible Fight Girl. So yeah, on to Gentry Child versus the Underworld. I'm gonna extend this by like an extra minute. Okay, now to Gentry Child versus the Underworld, which is definitely a very another like strong like S tier. So not to say like one show is inherently like better or worse. I mean, like, I'm definitely gonna be kind of ordering this, but So Invincible Fight Girl, it's definitely the show I'd say I had more fun watching because of like the release schedule of Invincible Fight Girl, where Invincible Fight Girl had a weekly release schedule, like one episode per week, where the first two episodes were the first two episodes and the last two episodes were like 1 week you had the first week had episode 1 and 2 airing together, and the last week had episodes 9 and 10 together for the 2-parter season finale. Especially because like I made an entire short about this. Like, you can check it out if you want. About I'm really not a fan of Netflix's release model of how they just drop all the episodes at once instead of just like giving shows the time to breathe and like build a proper following online. Like, I really hope they like do that more, because they've done that with like some anime like Dungeon Meshi and Dandadan. It actually works like really well when it comes to like building a fan base and stuff like that. Just want to get that quick tangent out of the way. But yeah, Gentry Child versus the Underworld. And then another strong, fairly strong S tier. Definitely one of my favorite shows to come out this year. I really watched that many things that came out this year, but again, I digress. Again, like, I really like, Gentry, like, Gentry's story where she's trying to like, live a regular like teenage life because she's 60 years old, but she's also trying to like, but she also has to like deal with her powers and like how first like learn how to control her powers because of how destructive they can be, especially with that that experience she had as a child where she like literally like burned almost like half the town down because like she didn't really know how to use her powers yet. So yeah, I think that was really cool to see how she like over the course of the show she learned how to like use her powers more and stuff like that. I also really like the art, like the animation is incredible, especially during the fight scenes, and the art direction is just amazing. Easily some of the best art direction I've ever seen from I've seen a show. Like, this show really has like some of the best art direction I've ever seen. Like, the backgrounds look absolutely incredible. Again, I really like I really like the character designs. Let me go drink some water real quick. Again, I really like the character designs, so I think they're really cool. Yeah, definitely one thing I really like. Oh, I really like the most about this show is the character drama, especially with and like the conflicts, like the conflicts that like Gentry has with Here, let me get my notes for this. Pause the timer real quick. At first, like some of these shows I've been like rewatching a bit, so some aspects I might be a bit rusty on. Well, some I'll just kind of like bring up some of my notes I took, kind of like my reviews I wrote on like Blue Sky and Twitter, which you should go follow me on like Twitch. Do exclamation mark links in the chat, or YouTube. Check the description. You'll see my socials, which you should absolutely go follow me there. Especially Blue Sky, which I'm really posting more on. Okay, now to resume the timer. So again, like this show, I really like the character drama a lot. Like like the conflicts and stuff where Gentry's a kind of troubling relationship with Kit, where like she like tries to like help out Kit, where at first I might go like some spoiler territory, so yeah, you might be warned. Where she tries to like be friends with like Kit, even tries to like get in a relationship, but Kit is like a demon. This demon thing with like body things like this, and like basically kind of like a body skin. I don't know how you say. Basically in like the kind of the like a human skin, something like that, where basically like Kit is kind of like this 1,000-year-old demon. Like Gentry tries to teach him about that you have a soul and stuff. I also really like the conflicts like she has like with the society because of how dangerous her powers are, and like how like the principal is like suspicious of her because of the powers she has. Like they kind of have like all eyes on her like at school and stuff. Especially the contracts, especially the drama that happens with Gugu, where especially where you can tell like the Gugu's like very is a great like guardian figure for Gentry. Like she like really like takes care of her like and stuff like that, but Gentry's also like understandably frustrated with Gugu because she keeps hiding secrets for her about like her past, like why her powers are the way they are, especially the stuff. I also really like especially really like how morally like gray Gugu is as a character with yeah, she like helps Gentry, but also like like hide Gentry's like she's hiding secrets, and the and the conflict that Gentry that like she had. Especially like in general the conflict with Gentry's own heritage, like the stuff with her parents, like just some of their other relatives, stuff like that. Especially the art direction. I forgot to mention. Like, I do really like the art direction of the art direction of the Underworld stuff in general. It's really dope, and really sells the tone and like setting really well. Like in general, I really like all the I really like the characters. I think they're pretty great. Of course, like Gugu's one of my favorites. Of course, I really like Gentry a lot. Ed is absolutely one of my favorite characters. For he's a great comedic relief, but he also has like cool shape shifting powers. And I really like how like chaotic and just fun his personality is. It released a really great humor. Especially with how like they implement like modern cultures, like they have like TikTok and stuff. I think that was integrated pretty well. Definitely some things I have to say that yeah, I definitely do wish that the pacing I do think while it is pretty solid for the first 10 episodes, like those like season, the last 3 episodes really feels like it could have been spanned across like an entire season. Like episode 10 like works pretty well as like it's a like as like if it's a season finale. But the last 3 episodes, like the pacing and stuff, it feels really fast, and like again, it really feels like it could have been paced out across like an entire season, but like I kind of don't really blame the writers for really taking this direction, where because of Netflix, like they don't really know if they're probably gonna get a second season or not. And yeah, Kit absolutely Kit absolutely deserved better. I will say, kind of wish we got to see more of him, especially. Also, like Michael, I kind of wish we got to see more of, like, again, I think especially like if they get another season, which maybe, who knows, like if they get another season, that I would really like them to explore more of Michael's powers without he can like kind of sense the future and stuff like that. So yeah, Gentry Tough the other on the road is like, aside from those issues, probably other stuff I might be missing, but like I still think it's a pretty great show that's absolutely worth your time. I know I know some people like they're kind of afraid to like, go on board with the show because of like they're kind of really afraid of like getting into the show because they're afraid of like it's like they're like, what's the purpose of getting so attached to these characters, and like they're afraid of like getting into it because like the show's gonna get canceled and just like the story's like it's gonna like end on a cliffhanger. I kind of understand where that crowd might be coming from. I personally have the counter argument of, well, at least the show is allowed to exist to begin with, especially with like the current safety and troubling state of the animation industry. I'm so at least glad that the show was at least allowed to like tell its story, and yeah, at least like season 1, like season 1 was still written so that way it could still absolutely work as its own standalone season. There's like no cliffhanger and stuff like that. So yeah, all that combined with the fantastic opening sequence that's absolute fire, with a great theme song. Like the soundtrack for the show in general is amazing. Definitely one of my favorites of any cartoon. Yeah, there's some like absolutely great stuff, especially during the action scenes. So yeah, if you really need that like Western action cartoonish scratch, I absolutely do. Gentry Tale is absolutely worth the watch. Sure, someone describe it as like, it's kind of the feeling of like of kind of like the 2000s like action cartoons, but with like the kind of 2010s like here, but with kind of the same feeling as the 2010 story-driven cartoons, like Gravity Falls, Adventure Time, Steven Universe, but obviously it's still very much its own thing. So it's definitely worth checking out. So yeah, 7 minutes is up. I went a bit over that, but I still like use my time pretty well. So yeah. They're actually going at a really good pace because, like, I think, like, even this much, and I was still on, like, Invisible Fight Bro, like, the previous streams, but let's just move on. Alright, Avatar: The Last Airbender, the show that really started off for me this year, and really, like, got me back into, like, watching TV shows and really getting more into animation overall. Yeah, Avatar is absolutely, like, S tier. What do I get to say about the show that hasn't already been said? Like, not only this is like, obviously like one of the greatest animated shows ever made, but it's also in general like one of the greatest shows ever made. With this show also being like easily like my favorite, definitely like the best show I've ever seen. Like, it's rich world building, the rich and realistic character writing. Like the writing is just so dang tight in the show that like that anyone of like all ages can get out of it, especially for being on Nickelodeon. Like, the world building is really rich. Like, it's a great story about like especially like like humanity and like great job using of like war and genocide and the impact that can have on the society. Like, you really do feel like in the show that you're like actually in a war, especially with the 100-year war. Like, the bending is really cool. Like, the bending is a really dope magics. The bending system is really cool, especially with how all the bending styles are based on a real life martial arts style. In order to make each bending style really unique and stand out from another. Like the world building, like the 4 nations and stuff. The soundtrack is incredible. The art and animation is also just incredible. Some of the best animation I've ever seen on like a TV budget. they were like, or but get like we'll get there when we get there. Especially like, the characters are absolutely incredible. Like, the dynamic of the gang is incredibly strong. Like, obviously so many great characters. Like, you obviously like Zuko. There's a reason that's why Zuko is like, he's up there in like one of the greatest redemption arcs in like all of fiction. It's just so legendary, like really impactful. Even other characters like Aang's great, Katara is absolutely incredible. With my like top 5 favorite characters being Toph, Katara, Aang, Sokka, and Zuko. They're all like just like 10 out of 10 characters. Especially Toph is like, in general, she's like really great. She's like brash, bold, blind, really funny. First, like the comedy in the show is great. Same with like these shows in general, like the comedy is like really great. Hang on, take it. Exaki point. In general, it's just really great. Like disability representation, where even though Toph is blind, like she's still like the greatest survivor in the world. I love that line. And her personality like doesn't define her. It's like this whole thing that defines her character. It really does a great job of showing even disabled people, like people can still do like great things like this. Especially with some other characters like like the guy in the wheelchair in the Northern Air Temple episode. Again, it really is like incredible. The villains are great. Again, like the writing, it really does. It's not afraid. It doesn't like talk. It doesn't like talk down to its audience. Like talks up to it and understands like kids are like smarter than you think they are. Like Azula is a fantastic villain, especially with her. Especially with just how like cruel of a villain she is, and like a great foil to Zuko. Especially with like her blue fire when she fires, man, that's really cool. Yeah, this show just has a lot of like great things. You've heard all the priests. At first, at first I feel there's like a lot of like banger episodes, like like book 1 is still like pretty good. It's definitely a bit slow, not every episode's a hit. Like the Great Divide, it's pretty infamous for a reason, and other episodes like the Northern Air Temple isn't great. But still really good. But then like book 2 is just like banger after banger after banger. It's just like book 2 really is just like, it's that like the first 5 episodes can be a bit shaky. There's still a lot of good in it, but after like but from the Blind Band onwards, it's just like banger after banger after banger. Especially like the Lost Appa arc is just so sad to see. It really is like quite painful to watch, like in a good way, with like seeing all the awful stuff like Appa's been going through, especially after he was captured in the library episode, and how like Aang's reaction to that is like absolutely like it's just really well written. Like the characters are rich and excellently written. The world building's great. I'm really just repeating myself. Definitely another thing. Especially the Tale of Ba Sing Se, especially the Tale of Iroh, Leaves from the Vine, is absolutely one of the best. Tale of Iroh, especially with like the Leaves from the Vine, where he honors his son Lu Ten, who had passed away. Like, it's easily one of the best scenes of the entire show. No contest. There's definitely some other things. Pause the timer real quick. And yeah, in a book, the show is especially great with like tackling like societal issues, like especially the the oppression phase that was inflicted by the Fire Nation, with how they're like with how they like colonize like areas of the Earth game and stuff like that. Obviously other societal issues like like tackling like sexism, like Sokka's little sexist mini arc in like early book one where he's like sexist towards like Katara himself, like especially that was like lead to her. Dude, that's how like Aang like broke out of the iceberg. That's an iconic moment. The Kyoshi Warriors. That's a really good moment. Good moment where like the stuff with like Suki and how Sokka learns like not to be so sexist. He learns and has an even greater respect for Suki herself. That was really good. Especially with like the stuff that Katara faces in the Northern Water Tribe episode where Okay, 7 minutes. I'm gonna go. I need a couple extra minutes. Hang on a second. I just need like 2 extra minutes for this. We'll be fine. Again, that was great. I really like the stuff. Where Paku refuses to teach Katara just because she's a girl, because like that's how the Water Tribe culture is. And it's really great to see like Katara like standing up against Paku's misogynistic views and how she fights for that. And a really great waterbending match. Definitely another one of like the best fight scenes in the entire show. So yeah, that was great. Especially with how like you show like later on it really does tackle like historical revisionism with the Fire Nation, the stuff with the Air Nomad genocide in the Runaway episode. That was great to see. Especially like also other stuff like environmentalism and what's it called? Especially in the Painted Lady. It's not the best episode, but I still really liked it with like with that Katara. She's like the Painted Lady and like heals and how it kind of like cleans the lake and like cleans up from like all the pollution and stuff. That was great. Especially like wait, definitely my favorite. Yeah, kind of going all over the place, but still, I'm definitely really liking how this is going so far. Definitely my favorite episode of the show is the Southern Raiders, where she really does like she the Southern Raiders, where she really does like kind of grieve even more about like the loss of her mother, and like how much like that really affected her. Especially because like she really had to like grow up so fast, like was essentially robbed of her childhood. Where like her mother was killed during a Fire Nation raid in the Southern Water Tribe. That the show does a great job of like tackling that as well. Okay, another like 2 minutes. And how I really like how the episode like tackles the concept of revenge and like the nuances of it, and especially the scene where she was like almost kind of like out for blood, like killing Yanra, like, which is like the man who murdered her mother, and obviously she has like every right in the world to be upset at him. And stuff, but obviously as much as she hates him, like she just leaves him there with like just how pathetic he is. Like, you're pathetic, it's sad, and everything else. Apart from like the voice acting in like this show is just absolutely phenomenal. Everyone just like knocks it out of the park. It really does speak for itself. Again, May Women absolutely kills it in that scene. All the voice actors do a great job. Especially the ending of the episode where I really like how ambiguous it was, where Katara really wondered like if she was either too strong to kill Yanra or too weak not to. I really like how nuanced like how the episode tackles like the nuances of revenge, and how even though like while Katara herself doesn't know, like the audience can like kind of like piece apart for themselves. I think like Katara, like she's definitely like too strong like not to kill Yanra, because like it's not like she's a cold-blooded murderer, because that would be out of character for her. It's not like that she can't throw hands, because she absolutely will throw hands if she needs to, but yeah. Overall, like, That's great. Of course, not everything's perfect. Like, the Great Divide. Obviously, some other things I think could have been handled better. Like, Book One's definitely good, but it's definitely the most inconsistencies. It can be a bit slow. But obviously, it's still good with, like, setting up the world and stuff. And Book 3, while still excellent, it definitely feels like a bit rushed towards the end. Like, I really do wish that, like, Suki absolutely deserved more screen time because I do really like her character a lot. And the relationship, and the little romance that she has with Suck, I think that's cool. Well, I also really like getting a lot with like Katara and Aang. I think that was also a really good relationship. It's not like the best romance in the world, but still like a neat little thing. Oh, these Utara fans will come after me because like I don't want to get too much into shipping drama, but like I always found Zutara to be like a quite overrated ship in my opinion. I just never saw the appeal of it personally. I think it's very overrated, and like people they hate Katanga just because like their preferred ship was again. Like I don't want to get into that too much, but yeah, that the finale was excellent. Like the lion turtle stuff, and like the energy bending stuff, it really could have been built up more. It definitely came up in what's it called, the uh in like the library episode, but they really could have focused on the lion turtles a bit more. um Like, there's definitely some other stuff. Of course, no cartoon is like perfect. But I do like love all these shows, even in spite of their flaws. Oops. But it's still like absolutely. But at the end of the day, Avatar still holds itself up as being like one of the greatest anime shows ever made. Of course, honestly, this show really is like a lightning in the bottle. It's like a lightning in the bottle. It's just like so hard to like try and recapture like same magic as before, as this show originally did. So yeah, absolutely, easily my favorite show of all time. Of course, not every show has to be like Atla. Like not everything has to be the next Atla. I am always an advocate for like judging shows like based on like what they are and what they want to be, instead of like judging them something they aren't. I don't like always view something. Oh, it's like this show is the next insert other show here, like the next like Gravity Falls and stuff like that. At first, like this thing, like first I really like how the show like ended and stuff. I'll talk more about the ending and stuff, like in like the GF Gravity Falls section. But like yeah. Anyways, I talked about it for Ella long enough. Like Ella really is one of those shows like I could talk about it for like hours and not get bored. Just like it's just so rich, and like there's just so much depth to this show. It's incredible. Alright, now onto its like sister sequel thing, The Legend of Korra. The Legend of Korra it's definitely at least a solid B tier for me. Definitely like the show I'm definitely ranking the lowest. I'm not saying it's bad. It's a solid like 7 out of 10. Like, oh yeah, as much as I do like Korra, I'm the first person to say that yeah, Korra is a very flawed show. Like with a lot of issues. So first I will start with the stuff I like. Like, I really do like Korra as a protagonist. She kind of gets like a lot of hate, and well, yeah, like Book 2, like I'll definitely get into like the flaws in it, but I still don't really like Korra's like personality a lot, with how she's like the polar opposite. Really getting more into characters, like again, like to be kind of all over the place with though. She's kind of like the. Hang on, check the music real quick. I can turn it up just a wee bit. Timer. Yeah, really Korra's personality with how she's kind of like the polar opposite of Aang, which definitely makes sense for a sequel series. Without no Aang is like, if kind of like Aang was kind of like a good person that had to learn how to become the Avatar, while Korra was like an avatar that had to learn how to be like a good person and stuff like that. Definitely a good direction to like, take your character in. I definitely don't want to be those people who like say like she's bad because she's not, like, even though like again, I don't want the show to be like Outlet 2.0. Because if I want Outlet 2.0, I just watched the original show. I want Korra to like, do its own thing, which it did. Obviously, it's like far from a perfect show, but again, we'll get to that when we get to that. And yeah, I really like Korra's story a lot, especially with like the struggle, like the amount of struggle she goes through, but even like the amount of time she like gets knocked down, she still always like finds a way to get herself back up. especially like book 3 and 4, book 3 and especially book 4 especially, Korra really is at her strongest as a character. Definitely has the most compelling arc in the show, in my opinion. With especially like Korra's PTSD arc in book 4. After what happened during the book 3 finale with like Zahir. I'll get to all this stuff in a second. Especially like how it's really like great. It really is like empowering, like seeing Korra like dealing with her PTSD and how the show handles that. Showing that recovery from trauma is not exactly a linear experience. And yeah, the show especially did a great job of depicting that. Yeah, there's also some other stuff I like. I think the villains are generally solid. Well, mostly. No, book 2. I'll get to book 2 in a second. I'm gonna go for stuff I like. You get just like book 1. I really like how book 1 really is about like Korra's like identity as the Avatar, and how like, and like just how interesting it is with how like being the Avatar like means so much to her. So like when like she gets her powers ripped away from her from Amon, and like the book in the finale of book 1, I think that's interesting. I really wish that like had there been like more episodes, so that way we could have seen like Korra and how she really dealt with not having her powers anymore. That could have been an interesting like episode concept, but oh well. Obviously, some other stuff like the animation, and art direction is absolutely incredible. Like the animation in Last Airbender was great, but Korra's animation is just even better. Especially during the fight scenes, which are absolutely beautifully animated. Really is like some of the best 2D animation I've ever seen on a TV budget. It's just absolutely incredible, man. That book 1 is like solid, but no, I definitely like him. He's like a fairly solid villain with how book 1 was about like book 1 is about identity a lot, really, and how Amon wants to like oppress and how Amon wants to like oppress like benders for like equality, for like like non-benders like versus benders, and how like he how's it again? With how he uses chi blocking, or how just like how like he like kind of use like bloodbending to like or however he does, have how he with how what is it again? With how he like disables people's bending and stuff like that. I think that's I think that was like really interesting to see played out. Yeah, I think like Amon was a fairly solid villain. Now there's some other like some bit of criticisms and stuff like that. Obviously, soundtrack is like incredible, visual stuff like that. On to some other stuff. There's definitely some other criticisms I have. Like, first I'll talk about some other side characters where I think Tenzin's a great. Tenzin's a great character, especially with like how he's like a really great mentor figure for Korra. I really like Tenzin a lot. There really is like a lot of characters. Like this show really this show does like kind of suffer from the issue of like too many It really does kind of suffer from the issue of like having too many characters for its own good at times. And how some of those side characters feel kind of like underdeveloped. even like our main like team avatar, it's not bad, but like the crew is just like the crew's personality. It's like, I mean, the Gangivers in comparison is like they have much stronger chemistry in general. Like the gang, they really do feel like found family. Oh yeah, let the found family true. You just can tell like Amphibia. Again, we'll get there. Like the crew's personalities is not really that strong. Like the crew in general, like Bolin is like, I like Bolin. He's funny from time to time, but like, and Mako is just really boring, and Asami she absolutely deserves better. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need like more time. Let's add like 5 more minutes. Cause yeah, definitely could be paced a bit better, but like just hang on. I'll check some of my notes real quick. Okay, let me go. Alright, now there's some like other stuff, some criticisms and stuff. I'll definitely try and bring in more of the stuff I like, but definitely some thoughts. But definitely one of the big one is the love triangle between Korra, Mako, and Asami. And like, if you watch the show, like I'm gonna say straight up, it is awful. The love triangle is absolutely god awful. Easily one of the most dreadful parts of the first 2 seasons. Like they're kept like, I'm not really super good on like wrote like love triangles to begin with, but it's just really awful, man. Like Korra, Mako, and Asami, they just have like no good chemistry with each other. I mean, we'll get to Korra Asami later on, but like Korra is just so bad. Like Mako's personality is just like really boring, and like his priorities are like really weird. Like he cares more about like this girl he only knew for like a couple months at best over like his own brother. It's really weird. Masami, I guess you could argue is better, but it's still really contrived and just doesn't really make any sense. The conflict is just the weird kisses and stuff. Like the drama just absolutely makes no like, I guess they tried to make like trying to use the love triangle like build their dynamic, but like it just absolutely failed. It just didn't work. Especially like book 2 is like even worse. With the stuff like Mako, like stuff like, yeah. Another thing is like book 1, like the season finale of book 1 is like kind of sloppy. Like it feels rushed. Like not like the main stuff is not, the main conflict isn't really getting enough screen time. And there's a thing where like Korra kind of suddenly just like airbends. And like that's all she like takes out. And like she has her powers taken away. I'm like, because not like she's really been doing that much airbending practicing to begin with. I don't know, it's just really weird. And how Aang kind of comes and she just suddenly gets her bending back. It's like, I kind of get like, like Nickelodeon, like they didn't know that they're going to be getting a second season. So like I can kind of understand what they were going through, but like still, the season 1 family, that's what really explains why like book 1 is like so disconnected compared to books 2, 3, and 4. So yeah, book 1 is still like solid. Book 2 is like, it's absolutely terrible. It's horrible. Like there's some good ideas. Book 2 has some ideas. Like I don't completely. Book 2 has some ideas. Like I like the film. I like the film subplot. I kind of sort of like the movie subplot, the films and stuff. I think it's a cool like callback to like the wartime propaganda films of like World War II. well, it's just but and the non-consensual kiss like Bolin has with Ginger is just easily one of the worst jokes in the entire show. It's just how gross and creepy it is. Absolutely disgusting. And book just a lot I don't like. I really dislike how like Bolin is treated like a joke. Especially like his relationship with Eska, I didn't really care that much. But they could have done it, but like could have done a decent job. Like I really hate how they really treated Bolin suffering like a joke. It just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Um, I really didn't like. I thought Oolong as a main villain was just really boring. Like, sure, he kind of introduced solidly, decently enough in the first few episodes, but after that, he just feels largely thrown away. No, I do like the idea, like, like, this is, like, Korra's uncle. And the fact that Korra, like, trusts him is, like, really dumb. Like, Book 2 Korra especially is, like, the characters especially, like, where it's, like, everyone kind of acts like idiots and, like, purposely making your characters idiotic because the story wouldn't work otherwise, that's just really poor writing, especially with them already being intelligent. Like the first half is kind of fine, but it really gets worse in the latter half. The stuff with like the spirits, like down again, like I mentioned the love triangle stuff. Especially the worst part is like the whole harmonic conversions nonsense. It's just absolutely like the Unavatu stuff. I'll get to the spirit stuff in a second. With the dark avatar, just feels really out of place for this show. Yeah, the dark avatar stuff just really feels out of place. And the stuff with Janora, and like it just comes completely out. It comes like completely out of left field, and it just doesn't make any sense. It's an absolute mess. You have some like good parts, like the beginning two-parter with the Avatar 1 backstory, like not bad. It's still like it's conflicted because like while it's a solid episode on its own, in terms of how it fits into like the show, it's just I don't know. Do they really need to do that? It's kind of the thing I like it, but it really does make the it kind of makes the world building feel smaller than it actually is. Also, the fact that hang on, let me gather my thoughts for a bit. That like really introducing the Avatar 1 backstory the way it is, like it really kind of like damages like it really makes the world building feel smaller than actually is. Like not everything has to be explained. Especially this use of the spirits with like the generic light versus dark. I really hated that. Kind of hated that where like it goes against how like evil was a concept originated from humanity, not like the spirits and stuff. And like the Avatar, they really should have like taken like both like Rava and Vaatu. Like, yeah, I don't like them at all. Vaatu I especially really dislike. And stuff with like the Unavatu stuff I really did not like at all. But like there's obviously some other redeeming qualities. Like I tried like for the first half, I decently enjoyed like the B plots with like Tenzin and his family at the Earth Temples. I really like Tenzin's sibling. I think they're solid characters. But Kai is definitely my favorite. And how we kind of learn more about like your past with like Aang and stuff. I know like there's some people who say like Aang is a terrible father, but no. I think like what we learned about Aang, like Aang like kind of prioritizing Tenzin makes sense because he wanted to like really preserve his culture, so it makes sense he focused on like Tenzin. But like, it doesn't make him a bad parent; it just makes him flawed. It really does give him more depth. It's also the fact that he didn't really have a proper father figure. Like he had Gyatso, but like you know what I'm talking about here. Even then, like with like the picture and stuff, like they were so like great. Even like he said, like they're still like they still really like he's definitely still cared about him, and like not like they really detested things. So yeah, that's my quick bad tangent of the week. Another aspect was like Varric was absolutely like another thing from this season. Varric was also another thing that made season 2 really bearable to watch. Because he's just like really funny. I really like him. His like really like seeing like his kind of like toxic relationship with Zhu Li playing out. Like Zhu Li, do the thing. I really like his voice. I just like Varric a lot. But yeah, book 2, obviously, there's definitely more to go into book 2, but I really need to go into the other two books, like, kind of wrap it up quickly. 5 minutes, I don't know how much time I spent, like... Yeah, like, while book 2 has some good parts, like, the bad largely outweighs the good here. I really don't blame those for, like, who, like, dropped off in season 2, it was just that bad. I think like book 3 is like a massive turnaround. Like the writing in general is a lot tighter. Like things make a lot more sense. I really like how seeing the aftermath of like like Korra losing their past lives in season 2 was how I feel about that. Like yeah, like book 3 is just really well paced and everything comes together really in for the finale. And I really like how more like character driven book 3 feels a lot. It was cool seeing more of like the outside world, like aside from Republic City, and like seeing how like Ba Sing Se has changed since in the 70 years. Zaofu's a really cool location. I forgot to mention Lin. I also like really like Lin. She's a really good character, especially the designs. Like designs in general are really great, and like in the end. Should also like really like serves her designs really well. The stuff with Suyin, like learning more about Toph and how like she was like the founding of like a metal bending city. I think that was a really cool idea. But yeah, stuff like that, like a lot more character driven, like focus with what it wants to do. Especially with Zahir, who is absolutely like one of the best Avatar villains, probably like my favorite Avatar villain in my opinion. Like his motivations are really cool. I think the idea of the idea of an airbending villain is really dope, and they they execute that concept really well in my opinion. Yeah, the airbending really well, especially with the harmonic convergence stuff. Like there's like a bunch of new airbenders. I really like these stuff with the new airbenders and how Tenzin deals with that. Because the Air Nomad genocide and stuff like that. And again, I think that was really cool. Like Zahir's cool, like his fighting style, and especially his philosophy with how he doesn't want like that there really should be a world like without the Avatar at all. I think like his philosophies are like really fascinating. Pause for a second. Gather my thoughts for a bit. I also really like the Red Lotus a lot, like especially with how I really like the concept of like a dark team avatar in general. I think that was handled pretty solidly. Like Gazan, the lava bender, P. Lee, the combustion bender, Ming-Hua, the waterbender. I think they're really cool. Well, especially how like a dark like team avatar that was cool. Especially like P. Lee's like death in the second to last episode of season 3. But like yeah, in general like both 3 is just really strong, and like especially the season finale, which is like the first like actually like great season finale, because the book 1, yeah, book 2 is awful. Book 3 is like actually incredible. Like, that build up to it was like Zahir was built up really well throughout the season. It's also a really great really great climactic final battle and stuff like that, especially with like Tenzin versus Zahir. That was awesome. especially with the stuff that Korra was going through, like the fact they were allowed to depict Korra getting tortured the way she did, with how she's literally like tied up to, like literally tied up in chains and like literally poisoned by mercuries. Like the fact they're able to get away with that in such like detail that they did is insane for a TVY7 show on Nickelodeon. I feel like some of you probably get away with like Cartoon Network or something, but like really is insane they're able to get away with that on like Nickelodeon. Like the battle was great. You know, especially the camera movement and like the cinematography is fantastic. Like during like the book 3 finale was absolutely incredible. Especially with like how like heartbreaking the ending was. Like one thing I really do wish Katara, the fact that Katara wasn't there to see like her granddaughter getting anointed, seeing Jinora getting anointed was really a huge letdown. And book 3 ended up on a great cliffhanger for book 4. With how, like, you know, even though like she was still alive, she literally had a near-death experience, and how she was paralyzed from the waist downwards, and thus like she was stuck in a wheelchair. So, yeah, book 3 is absolutely incredible. Then we get to book 4, and like, you know, alright, brace up like Korra's PTSD arc. In book 4, I think that was handled really well. Especially the 3-year time skip was handled pretty well. And seeing like how the world had changed since then. I really like Kuvira in general. She was a pretty good villain. Especially like seeing Toph in book 4, that was great. Like Korra 1 especially is like one of my favorite episodes in the entire show. With how it tells like Korra's PTSD and like how beaten up she was like so weak that she can't even beat like a group of bandits. Well, even though she might have recovered physically in like 2 years, like it took her 2 years before she could properly walk again. Which like took even longer because of her PTSD. Like it took even longer. Again, like the show did a great job of depicting her PTSD and how like, you know, trauma recovery isn't exactly a linear relationship, a linear route. So yeah, that was great. Book, especially in the latter stuff, like the first half of book 4 is like really strong. Latter half is like there's still a lot of like great moments in it, but I don't know. And stuff like that, and like the finale is like the series finale was good. Was good. Like obviously book 4 had a lot of great moments, like what's it again? It was, what was it again? What was it with book 4 again? The finale was good, like really like the battle against like Korra and Kuvira, like the stuff going to Republic City. But I will say is that I guess another thing I will say, like I really do like how Korra actually like talks things out with Zahir in prison, and like he helps Korra like when it comes to, like her recovery from her trauma and stuff like that. That was absolutely a powerful moment with like the villain kind of helping the main protagonist. That was one of the best scenes in the entire show. It was also really interesting to see stuff with the other characters, like Bolin. Bolin was seeing how Bolin like she was like how Bolin like kind of understands he's like working for Kuvira, and how like that affected his relationship with Opal. That was fun to see play out. I also like Kai a lot. Okay, he's a pretty decent character. Like his relationship with Jinora and how he was like abandoned, but he's like an airbender. That was interesting to see play out. Especially with Asami, where the conflict she had with her father, and she tries to make amends, and how it's like neat to see like the Asami's father, Hiroshi Sato, like sacrificed his life to save Asami in during the final battle. But definitely one thing I will say is like the giant mecha thing came out of like complete left field, at least from what I've noticed. If I remember, like the stuff with the spirit cannon made sense. Like it was built up throughout the entire season, like the spirit cannon with like the weapon of mass destruction. But yeah, but yeah, it really could have like built it up better. As a finale, the ending is like decent, but it definitely feels a bit rushed. You know, I definitely feel like some characters could have had a more satisfying conclusion. Like I like the stuff with like Varric and Julie getting married. That was neat. And at first, like kind of an elephant in the room, Korosami. I do really like Korosami for this. I think people say like it like kind of came out of nowhere. I'm like, not really. I mean, yeah, it was definitely for like subtext. Like you kind of have to be like had an eagle eye for it, but the hints were definitely there in book 3, like early book 3 throughout the season, especially book 4, with how Asami, with how Korra was the only person that she felt comfortable like sharing her true feelings with and stuff like that. That was really cool, and like seeing them finally get back together, that was really cool. Cool. I know, especially like some criticisms I see about Korosami today, like it's like very easy to say because like, we live in an environment where we have openly queer LGBTQ representation for the most part in shows like like Lumni with the Owl House, like Lumni from the Owl House, Bubbly from Adventure Time, Cachador and Shira, Ruby and Sapphire from Steven Universe, stuff like that. So I kind of like I like to judge it through like a 2014 lens. Okay, like what did they have to do at the time? And, like for what they were given, like things definitely could have been done better, but I think they did a pretty alright job. I can definitely understand like why some people aren't really huge in Korosami. So those are my 2 cents. First, you had like episodes like Jailbreak from Steven Universe, like came out like a few months later. Like this show and like definitely Steven Universe really helped with like paving the way when it comes to LGBTQ representation and kids media. So I really do have to respect this show for that. So there's a lot more I could talk about with Korra, but yeah, I already spent long enough. I definitely went way over the 7 minutes, but like Korra really is a show that I have like a lot to say about. Like it's a really like I have such like complex feelings about it. It really is like a flawed again, it really is quite a flawed show. I understand why people may dislike this show, like the changes made to the world, but it's not like the worst show ever made. I'm definitely not like those YouTubers with like bad faith criticisms. Definitely a good video series to watch is Overanalyzing Avatar. So not only his Overanalyzing Avatar series, but his Overanalyzing Korra series, where even though he's like quite critical of the show, he's not afraid to like he still makes sure to like mention like all the good stuff, and at least like his criticisms do make sense. Like even though if I may not agree with what he says, I can at least see where he's coming from. So yeah, definitely recommend those videos a lot. Those are pretty great. Okay, now I'm done with Avatar for now. I'm definitely interested in the future of the series with like the movie. There's gonna be like a new like Earth Avatar show. Definitely interested in the future of the series. Okay. It's also like really unfortunate to see the show really getting such like yanked around by Nickelodeon, where like they were like initially against the show just because it had a lead female protagonist, which is like really weird. That was such an issue when like this is the same network with shows like My Life as a Teenage Robot and like As Told by Ginger, when like really focusing on their animated programming here, and even like other networks like you have like the Powerpuff Girls and looking at like Cartoon Network, and like Disney Channel, you have shows like Kim Possible. Like I really don't know what they were thinking with that, and how the show kind of like really got like yanked around. Like book 1 was received pretty well, but like book 2 like book 2 was I felt book 2 like I think that like book 2 like the show's like moved to Nicktoons. Hey, let me go look it up. Let me go look it up real quick. Let me check some real quick. Try to check something real quick. Try to check something real quick. Checking the wiki real quick. Like, you know, the show was like, with like book 2 or like, I don't know, book 3, like the show was like moved to Nicktoons with like a bad time slot. Like, you know, like Nickelodeon's tendency is like sabotage shows just because they aren't doing as well as like SpongeBob in terms of ratings. I think the same thing happened to My Life as a Teenage Robot, if I remember correctly, like Invader Zim. Same thing with like the Rise of the TMNT, if I remember correctly. That was unfortunate. That was a show like even. And like how like book 3, like the ratings were so poor that the show even got taken off of television. So yeah, like the episodes were like put online, like streaming and stuff like that. The show did return to TV eventually, but yeah, like this show really deserved better for the network. Anyway, enough like network executive meddling and rambling. First, like, you know, like them restricting Korosami, and how that could be depicted. Yeah. Anyway, on to off of Avatar. It's been way longer than I feel like I would have liked on Korra. Again, like I have a lot to say about the show, so yeah. Gravity Falls is absolutely an S tier. Like, obviously, this is definitely easily, like, definitely one of the most, I don't know if it's influential, if that's correct, it's definitely easily, like, one of the best cartoons of the 2010s, and especially, like, one of the best, like, shows in general. Best shows in general of the 2010s, especially, like, of all time. Like, you know, the character, especially, you know, the characters I really like Dipper and me. Like, the show really is, like, the perfect encapsulation of, yeah, 7 minutes. This should definitely work fine. Yeah, this show really is like the perfect encapsulation of like a summer vacation. Because, like, you know, the show is based off, like, you know, Alex Search's like personal like like personal like experiences growing up, like with like his summer vacations with his with like his twin sister Ariel Hirsch. And like this show is kind of like an encapsulation of kind of like that, like, you know, without, you know, the characters are great, the world building of Gravity Falls is really good, especially like like the amount of like cool locations and locales, like the supernatural stuff is great, like the gnomes, the pterodactyl, like, you know, and there's obviously some other stuff. It's like, you know, the dungeons and more dungeons, like that was cool. And yeah, you know, like the like, you know, the show looks pretty good. Like the backgrounds are great. The art direction of the show is just really, it's just phenomenal, man. Like, yes, like that's like great job of capturing the feeling of summer vacation. Especially like the mystery solving aspect of the show, because like, especially the amount of like the cool, like really cool amount, like, you know, large amount of secrets and Easter eggs. Like each frame really, like, there's a secret like almost like every frame of this show. Like, you know, the secret codes, messages, and how you really do want to find out, like kind of like as you try to like piece together like who's the author of the journals. And the led together for, like, you know, definitely one of the like, it really led together like one of the greatest episodes of television ever produced. Not what he seems, because, like, you know, like finding out who the author of the journals was, that was absolutely such an incredible moment. It really was. I was kind of around like when I was like watching this show, like watching this game, because like Gravity Falls really is one of those shows like the experience is like you'll more fondly remember it if you watch the show as it came out and like you were like kind of participating in like the fandom or like just like speculating like what was gonna happen next, especially with like the quite sporadic release schedule of the show, especially in season 2 with like the hiatuses and stuff. Like it really gave fans like more room to speculate like what was gonna go on next. Kinda like, the characters are great. I really like Dipper and Mabel. They're really fun. And a lot of people like weirdly hate Mabel, but like I can't really take a lot of Mabel haters very seriously. Like the hate really is like quite forced or like based off things that like didn't actually happen in the show or just like bad faith misinterpretations of the show itself. Also, she's 12, so of course she's gonna make mistakes. Especially the stuff that happened like Dipper and Mabel versus the future, like, oh, she was the one who caused Weird Beginning, when like, no, that's absolutely not the case at all. Like, she was like going through a lot with how she was like trying to like throw a birthday party for like different Dipper and Mabel as like their summer ends, and like the show really does technically this is like great job tackling the themes of like growing up and stuff like that, and how like she's like afraid of high school and doesn't want to leave Gravity Falls. The first, like, she didn't even know anything about like Weird Begin or like the snow globe stuff. Like she had no idea. Like that was stuff kept between like a different Ford. So yeah, different Mabel versus the Future. That was absolutely a great episode. First, the other characters are great. Like Grunkle Stan is incredible. Like I forgot to mention this first, but like this show's comedy is like absolutely phenomenal. It is so hilarious, dude. Like this is absolutely one of the most this is absolutely one of the most quotable shows of all time. Like, I'm gonna say that right to her face, or but her aim is getting better. It's funny because marriage is terrible, or I'm gonna share 2 children the corpses. Like this show's humor is absolutely incredible, especially the especially the Big Henry joke. Like Big Henry's joke in the Gulf War is like absolutely like incredibly. It's easily one of the best jokes I've ever heard in like any story. It's absolutely incredible. Like the dark and twisted humor, especially like that humor. Like you can really see like because the director of the Gulf War episode, Matt Brawley, used eventually the creator of Amphibia, of Amphibia, where he was a storyboard artist and eventually director on Gravity Falls, and like yeah, that was like you could really see like his like he was the one who pitched that joke, and it really does show like his like I really love Matt's like sense of like dark and twisted humor. It's really cool. I dig it a lot. Anything else I want to talk about? Oh yeah, like Wendy, like she's cool. She definitely deserves more. I definitely wish she had like more going for her, but I still think she's a fun, enjoyable character. Definitely not the best though. It definitely sucks that we never got that like Stan and Wendy B plot that was going to be a thing, but it ended up getting scrapped. Because like they couldn't make it work, so that was disappointing. And even I forgot to mention like the one and only the GOAT, Bill Cipher. Bill freaking Cipher. Like Bill Cipher is like absolutely like he's up there like one of the best Disney villains. Like one of the I think I might say like Bill Cipher probably might be one of the best villains in like all of fiction. Like his design's great, his voice is great, especially find it really cool. I don't know, I just find it like really cool of the idea that like he's literally I feel like he's voiced by the creator. I think that's a really dope idea. There's probably other shows out there that do the same thing, but like no, I just like really like the idea of like the main villain being voiced by the creator, Alex Hirsch himself. Like especially the voice acting is great. And like Alex Hirsch is like has such incredible range just off of being a great voice actor in general. No, he voices like half the cast. Like he voices like Bill himself, Stan, McGucket, the Seuss, the Gnomes, Dippy Fresh. Well, it's like one of the U.S. like government agent stuff like that. They appear in season 2. Like he has such incredible range, man. like 3 more minutes left. And yeah, there's definitely where to talk about especially like some stuff outside the show, like especially like the cipher hunt. That was absolutely incredible. I wish I was there. Like, I do recommend watching Key and Carlos. Like, go look at it. It's actually like an entire like 4 hour long documentary on YouTube that came out this year about about like the cipher hunt, like alternate reality game that happened. Like, it was absolutely like, it's definitely a thing I really wish like it does a great job of like showing you what the experience was, really presenting like what the experience was like for those who weren't there. So yeah, I highly recommend giving that video a watch. So yeah, like that, I really like the shows like themes of like growing up. That's why especially I really liked it. I really do respect the decision of Alex Bishop, like of ending the show at just 2 seasons. Because a lot of people like, oh, when season 3? Like, even though Alex Bishop says countless times we're never getting a season 3, and I fully respect that decision. Because like, sure, were there some stuff that could have been handled better? Yeah, absolutely. And no show was perfect, but like, the show absolutely did like. I really like how the show like again, it really is like the feeling of like summer vacation of like, I don't know, like if you know that the show is going to end, and like it really makes it a lot easier to appreciate like what the show does. I really do like shows like like Gravity Falls, Avatar, like story driven shows like that. Like they have a story to tell it, and like just go. Instead of going on forever and ever. Otherwise, like the show, like you really wouldn't want the show to suffer from seasonal route, like like stuff like The Simpsons, SpongeBob, other shows like that. But yeah, I really do like shows like to have like concise story, like tell it and just go. Of course, I don't think I'm really like scratching the surface. I don't know. I just really love the show. It's absolutely incredible. At first, there's some stuff like, hey, especially this show. Like this show really has like no like bad episode. Like even the weakest episodes are still average. Like at first, you have the infamous roadside attraction, which like the episode isn't even bad. Like on its own, it's like a perfectly like solid enough episode. Like for another show, it'd probably be like at least like on its own, it's like a decent episode. But like for another show, episode would be like like another show. Roadside attraction would at least be like a solid episode. The main issue is that like it's just how it plays. I understand like wanting some downtime before Dipper Mabel versus the Future and the Weird McGinn 3-parter because of how serious those episodes are. But Roadside Attractions is very like the shipping stuff with Dipper and Candy. I really don't understand what they were going with. Just kind of came out of nowhere, especially with like the Pacifica. Like Pacifica is also pretty good. I like her a lot. I definitely wish like we got to see a bit more of Pacifica, but like that. The finale is like obviously also like absolutely fantastic. I know it's definitely great, especially Bill Cipher's death scene and which I especially little like the moments of like animation bumps where stuff like Bill Cipher's death scene and Ford's reveal and some stuff with Dipper in the sock puppet episode, or like with Bill possessing Dipper. We're gonna call it there. That was animated by Dana Terrace. She was it's really cool how like in-house animators for moments like that. Of course, you have other in-house animators for the show. Of course, Dana Terrace, she animated those 2 scenes. Also, did some key animation for the shapeshifter. So some shapeshifting stuff in season 2, episode 2, like Into the Bunker, I think that was called, something like that. First, Matt Brawley also did some. He provided the key animation for the Stanford reveal scene. Like that was cool. First, you have some other like guest animators, like James Baxter. He animated the Dipper dropping the candle and Mabel hugging Wallace in the opening sequence, and that like James Baxter like go. He really is like the greatest animator alive. and he animated that, and and some stuff with the pterodactyl and the land before swine. There's definitely more examples of the game, but that was like pretty cool. That's like nerding out a lot. And we had the finale, like, it was great. Like, Stan quickly getting his memories back like that was a bit of a, it felt a bit of a bug pull. It really, like, kind of lessened the impact of, like, Stan losing his memories. Like, if it was a longer time period, like, I don't know, like, it was just like a week. It could have been longer than that. I think even, like, Alex Richard heard, like, say that he understands the criticism for that. Like, I kind of wish, like, the episode could have been, like, longer, but hey, what can you do? Still a pretty great finale that gives everyone a really satisfying conclusion. And, like, of course, of course, like, yeah, like, Journal 3 talks about, like, the companion books, like, Journal 3, The Book of Bill, Lost Legends are absolutely fantastic. Like, that stuff like that, like, with Stan quickly getting back his memories, that should have been the show to begin with. Just saying. Like, those books are still fantastic. Like, even, like, if you haven't read those books, like, the show is still absolutely worth talking about on its own. So, yeah, Gravity Falls, absolutely incredible. Like, went to, like, also, without Gravity Falls, like, we wouldn't have Amphibia and the Owl House, because, or not you. You're still great. Of course, like, that's where, like, I don't know what Matt really did beforehand, but, that's, like, creators, like, David Terrace, like, Matt Rowley, and those, like, one of the co-creators of Big City Greens. That's how they really, like, broke into the industry and got, like, got proper jobs. Like, they worked on other stuff, like, like, Matt Rowley, like, he was a, like, he, like, worked on, worked on, like, an episode of Steven Universe. He was a director on Big City Greens. Dana Terrace, like, she was, like, an in-house animator for the show, a storyboard revisionist and storyboard artist for the show. Then, like, she went to direct she was a director on the first season of DuckTales 2017. Like, did some other stuff, then eventually, created the Owl House. Like, Gravity Falls really is, like, the glue that holds, like, the Owl House and Amphibia fandoms together. So, yeah, I think even, like, the creators themselves said this. So, yeah. Gravity Falls, absolutely incredible. It really deserves, like, the spot where it is. Definitely went longer than, like, 7 minutes, but, like, it was definitely totally justified. It fell over 10 minutes. I'm still, like, okay with that. The pacing especially is, like, much better. Hang on. I'm kind of curious to see, like, I want to check my old VODs. I privated the VODs. So we're an hour and 40 in. Like, about hour and 40 in, I was still on Gravity Falls. Wait. What's the one? Huh? Hang on. Okay. Yeah, the pacing, like, an hour and 40 in on the last stream, I was still on Korra. But hey, we're actually going at a pretty good pace. Like, whereas these will definitely be pretty fast, because, this is a mini-series. These two shows, I haven't seen all their episodes yet. I've only watched the first 2 episodes of both Dungeon Meshi / Delicious in Dungeon and Fairly Odd Parents: A New Wish. Symbiotic Titan is just 1 season. Of course, like, Amphibia and Owl House are definitely gonna be a bit more meatier. Amphibia is definitely gonna be quite a bit meaty, but of course I'll try to keep it concise as I can. Anyway, enough rambling. Let's just go into Over the Garden Wall. Let's do this in 5 minutes. Over the Garden Wall is also an absolute S tier. Like, easily one Like Overground Wall is absolutely one of Cartoon Network's best shows. Like even like this, like even like with it being like a 10 episode mini series with each episode being 11 minutes each, it still tells a really great story. And I really like it. I really love like, I just really love the atmosphere of like, I just like love the atmosphere of Over the Garden Wall. I think it's great. Like the art direction is fantastic. The animation's pretty good. It's really good. Yeah, the backgrounds especially are really beautiful to look at. Especially love like the kind of old like. I really love like the whole like 1800s like feeling that the show is going for. Like the main cast, like I thought let me check some real quick. Hang on a second. Like I think Wirt and Gregory are pretty fun characters. There's especially other characters like Beatrice. I don't know how like she like the bird, like she's pretty cool. Especially Greg's frog. Yeah. Yeah, Greg and Work are pretty fun. Hang on a second. And yeah, like Over the Garden Wall really is like quite like the perfect fall show. Like the show you really do want to watch every fall. It really does fit the theme of fall very well. Really cool. XL League Celeste grad seem been there for quite a bit. Oh, whoops. Hang on. I'll pull up some of my notes I have for Over the Garden Wall. Yeah, I really enjoy like the dynamic of like the make. It has like the aesthetics, like the art direction especially. So I really love how like mystical that is. The soundtrack is great and sets the tone. It really like sets the tone really well. Like especially like the soundtrack that was great. Especially like the little like concert thing they did for like the 10th anniversary. That was great. Especially like the lyrical songs. That was pretty good. But Overguard, well, of course, like, there's definitely some stuff that could have been wrapped up, but I'm fine. I'm definitely more lenient on it because it's a mini series, and with the time it does, it still tells a really great story. That like, if you haven't watched the show, what are you doing? It's like the main themes of the show. I really like. Yeah, Over the Garden Wall, pretty great. Definitely a very strong S tier. Yeah, I forgot to talk about like art books. It's especially be cool like own the art book for the show, but it's just really expensive nowadays and kind of hard to find. So yeah, you're gonna be paying a good amount of money for it. Especially for like art books, like it really sucks that like we almost got a Gravity Falls art book, but like I have to tweet from Alex Hirsch like right here. Like we have the Gravity Falls art book online with Dark Horse 2020. It's gonna be amazing, hardcover filled with exclusive never before seen art. Disney Publishing approved the contract, but Disney Channel Canada with zero explanation. Well, hopefully, maybe someday we could get it back, but like, gosh, it's just like it really sucks. Like, I love, especially for nerds like me, I love like art books and like seeing all the cool concept art and like seeing how like really like, seeing how these shows came to life because animation really is like a very hard work with like like with how literally everything you see on screen like has to be designed like backgrounds, props, characters, effects, stuff like that, like all has to be designed and like really like planned out. Especially for like especially for like drawing references, like art books are great for that. At first, like the crew members, especially like this era, like or like the crew members of a show will sometimes like post at least some concept or like some like concepts online, like drawing like model sheets and stuff. But it's still definitely good to have it on hand, especially like like for an artist like or an aspiring artist like myself. It's I really like having the character references on hand for like drawing. So yeah, really sucks. Okay, on to the next show, Dungeon Mesh. Again, this will be pretty fast because because with Dungeon Meshi, I've only watched the first few episodes. Hang on, let me go check real quick. Go check some real quick. Check my watch list. I don't know, like, I've only I really need to like pick the show back up at some point. I watched the first 5 episodes. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I really enjoyed the first 5 episodes of Dungeon Meshi / Listen in Dungeon. Like, I think it's great. I really like the characters. Marcelo especially, I really love. He's great, you know, the animation's great, Arcel's great. We like the character designs, especially like the focus on like food. Especially really like the focus on like, you know, food and like the importance of like having like, you know, like the free like main meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I especially love learning more about especially like learning more about like the mechanics of like cooking and stuff like that. That was really fun. The food especially looks like absolutely like delicious. Like looking at it kind of makes me like hungry. Kind of makes me hungry to look at it. But yeah, pretty great show. I heard that like a season. I think pretty sure like season 2 is in the works. So yeah, definitely looking forward to checking out when that drops. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to like finishing the show because from what I've seen, I've really enjoyed it. Yeah, I definitely can't wait to finish it at some point. Back to 5-minute timer. Alright, Symbiotic Time is also a very like strong A tier for me. I don't know what it is, but this show is definitely up there like one of the more underrated 2010s Cartoon Network shows. Oh my gosh, this show is so good. It's like the only like really like Gendy Tarkovsky cartoon I've seen. Like show I've really seen. First, I'm like somewhat familiar with the other works, like, you know, Dexter's Laboratory, Samurai Jack, Primal, like the Universe or whatever that was called. You know, he's directed some movies and like some Star Wars stuff. But yeah, I absolutely love this show, especially like the main dynamic of her free cast, of her main free. Lancelot and Noctis, I think like their personalities all like great. Especially with how they all like form together to form Symbiotic Titan. That's like really cool. The anime, especially love like how much like of a cool edge like this art style is. This art style has, especially like the animation as well, especially during the action scenes. Like, you know, there's great choreography. It's pretty snappy. Even like the CG elements with Titan himself, especially during the action scenes, is pretty good. I really like especially the really like the premise of the show. That I think it was executed really well with how, you know, these like kind of free aliens have to like live a teenage life while they're like sent to Earth and have to live a regular living a regular teenage life while defending the city after and like defending the their city after being sent away and like from the main belt, being sent away and having to defend the city from the attacks. That was like really fun to see. Again, especially like the character relationship, like the high school stuff, like stuff going on in high school. I really like the side characters there. Those are pretty fun. It really does a great job at like feeling like what it's like to like being in high school. stuff like that. And like again, like the character dynamics are great, especially like the storytelling is like really good. And again, like it's just like really not afraid to like talk down. Like it's like it's like talk up to his audience instead of like talking down to them. Like yeah, even like the stuff like Octus's relationship with, especially like Octus's relationship with Kimmy, I really enjoyed. Even though there's that one infamous scene with Kimmy doing things. I'm sure certain kids love that. But yeah, it's especially a really like fantastic show overall. Like it really sucks that the show ended up getting canceled due to like not being good for like toy sales. Like, dude, this show would be like great for like toy sales and stuff like that. I don't know. I guess I'm holding at least like some hope, maybe that the show could come back someday. Because Genndy has said before that he would love to like continue the story. Because at least from what I heard, like he and the crew had at least like he and the crew had like at least like 10 episodes for season 2 written. Just the show ended up getting canned. Just like season 1 it really ended up on like a really good cliffhanger. And again, I really also like the stuff that was going on back at like their home planet, with how like there was a war going on. Hey, let me go check some stuff. But like some stuff I'm a bit rusty on because I haven't watched the show. I haven't watched the show in a bit. Hang on. I'll check some real quick here. I'm gonna check some real quick here. I'm checking some real quick here. We'll go check some real quick here. Yeah, just check this out real quickly. I really like the main. I definitely really liked like General Modula. It's been a while. And I thought that he was a really great antagonist. Yeah, I really like seeing like the war with the war during at Galaluna. It's like it. And like just how absolutely ruthless of a villain he is. He's great. And again, like it really sucks. Like, I would have like loved to see how like how like they would have like how the conflict would have continued. And yeah, like in general, this show is just fantastic. It's definitely a strong A tier for me. Like, hopefully someday it can like come back in some way. Cause like, yeah. Because I would love to see how the story would continue. Okay, I'm gonna go like throw in. I just forgot what soundtrack I'm gonna throw up. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna throw in the B-sides from Celeste. Okay, throw in the B-sides. Alright, let's go lock in. Alright, now let's talk about Amphibia. Definitely gonna need the 7-minute timer for this. Alright, definitely gonna, like, again, the pacing, like, last year was really bad. I was so slow. Hour 57 minutes here. I could definitely get, I'm gonna try and shoot under, like, at this rate, I could get done, like, just under, like, 3 hours. Around, like, 2.5 hours to, like, 3 hours. That'd be pretty great. Alright, let's just lock in. I mean, FLB New Wish is gonna be very easy. Alright, so let's lock in. Alright, Amphibia. Amphibia is also another. I also like really love this show. Definitely a strong S tier. It's definitely a thing. I'll say. I don't know if it's just a hot take or not. Maybe it depends. Like, you know. I'll definitely say I like I think I say I like Amphibia more than Gravity Falls. Like, you know. Oh, no, Gravity Falls is incredible. It's incredible. Like, you know. And GF is absolutely incredible. Love this show. I don't know, like, there's definitely a difference between, like, you know, something you consider the best and something you consider your personal favorite. You know, what you might consider your personal favorite, you might not even consider the best, and vice versa. Like, what do I consider the best? Like, what do I consider the best? like out of the Disney TVA show, like Disney TVA shows, what do I consider the best Disney TVA show? Gravity Falls. What do I consider my personal favorite? Amphibia. But Amphibia is definitely a close second right behind Gravity Falls to me. Like, I don't know. My personal favorite is definitely one I feel like that kind of matters more here. So, yeah. And yeah, Amphibia is absolutely incredible. I love this I love this show a lot. Like, you know, like the world build. Like the world build. Especially like constantly, you know, like, you know, and like, you know, getting transported into the world of Amphibia, a land of frog. A world of like talking frogs. No, especially, you know, I love Anna's protagonist. I really like how like grounded she is as a protagonist. It really like sets her apart. How, like, at first, like, you know, she really doesn't like Amphibia at first, but like, you know, over the course of the series, she starts to like really like her time during, like, doesn't want to go somewhat. Like, you know, like, you know, season 1 is pretty. I know. I definitely really like this show. I definitely really like the show. The show's like central themes of like change. You aren't really from like Matt Baroli. That's like why he that's like why like that's why he decided to like make a show about like talking frogs. Cause like frogs work as like a really good metaphor for like change and like growth and like like, you know, like learning to move on and stuff like that. It's also, you know, really cool of how, you know, like, you know, Amphibia, like I thought the show was kind of like his experiences was like kind of like based off like his own childhood, his own childhood experiences of like him visiting Thailand, that like when he was younger, like him visiting like Thailand, he was younger, and how like he was like kind of a fish out of water there. Especially, you know, Matt like himself, it's like Thai American, even like Anne is Thai American. Like, I'll talk about the Thai representation in this show in a second, but yeah, and being an amphibian, it really does a great job of capturing a sense of what it's like to like be a fish out of water. And I'm sure people can like really relate to if they're like visiting a country like they've never been to before. Like, they feel foreign, but like over time they get more used to it, and like they just don't want to leave. Like, the show really does a great job of capturing the feeling of being a fish out of water. Kind of quick like season rundown. Season 1 is pretty good. It does a great job of like setting up and really introducing us to the world of Amphibia. I really love the planters a lot. Like, you know, Sprig's great. Hop Up is really fun as well. And Polly is like, you know, she's probably the weakest planter, but she's still really fun. It's just like how like chaotic she is. Like, I know there's a lot of people who say to, like, skip Amphibia you should skip Amphibia season 1 because it's all filler. And like that, I hard disagree. Like, you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you like, especially for on the first watch, you decide to skip Amphibia season 1, because like it's gonna bite you back later on, because, you know, Because sure, well, yeah, Amphibia season 1 might be a slow burn and may not really progress the plot all that much. I'd say it's absolutely to the show's benefit because it allows us to like really get invest into the world and characters of Amphibia, which makes the bigger which makes the major story bits hit that much harder. um, so that's my thing. Like, that's why like you shouldn't really skip season 1. First, like that doesn't mean every episode isn't above criticism because like because these shows are still very much like they're not below criticism. But so like, you're definitely doing yourself a disservice, especially because like Amphibious season 1 was like really funny. Like the humor in the show is especially great. Especially with like the dark humor, like this says of like this show's really dark and twisted sense of humor. Like, and the show really just has like such a cool edge to its humor. Definitely talking about kind of like Matt Rowley's sense of humor in like when talking about the golfer from Amphibia, like not golfer from Gravity Falls, sorry. Like you can really sense it here. And Anne's character development all comes really well together in Reunion. With like the final battle against Sasha and like Anne letting go of Sasha letting go at the end of Reunion with like Lean on Me playing in the background will never not be iconic. Like as a show, like, it really mostly keeps on getting better. Season 2 especially, where we have like stuff like Sasha's work, like like Sasha like having like a change, Sasha someone having like a change of heart, but still like being like her like manipulative. I definitely really like Anne's arc in like season 1 of how like she learns to like really stand up for herself and not let other people like boss her around. And I really like the insight like we get about like her toxic views on friendship. Yeah, the show really does a great job tackling like the themes of like friendship, especially like toxic friendships. It really does tastefully handle that really well. Like season 2 is absolutely incredible, man. It just gets even wilder and wilder. Like we have friggin' Marcy, who's like the best character in the show. Like even she really is part of the cover of like, oh man, we actually wrote a autistic guilty character, and even like no, she isn't autistic. Like how Matt said, like Marcy being on the ASD spectrum wasn't the writer's intent, wasn't like the intention of the writers when like writing her character. He still respects the interpretation of those who interpret Marcy as being autistic. So like that's like really cool. I mean, yeah, like Marcy is absolutely incredible. Like I just really have like how quirky and how much of like a nerd she is with like games and stuff. Especially like JRPGs, like the fun video game references the show has. That's pretty fun. Especially the stuff like like D&D and stuff like that. Like you really first like, especially to those who are like fantasy games like Zelda and stuff like that, you really do get the references. Like yeah, in the season 2 is even better. Like I really how like it has focus more, like it really does work when it comes to getting more into like more of a overarching story. That like even then, like with the overarching story, it doesn't forget what made the show great in the first place. And it has like it's still like it's episodic with like a bit of serialization, but it's still like really good. And then like Utopia, I think Utopia is a really cool location. Like I'll get to King Andres in a second. Like the Temple arc is really good with how we learn more about the Calamity Gems. And like the more like the history and kind of learn more about Amphibia's past. Like it's really cool to see more of like the outskirts of Amphibia and seeing like all these cool locations. Especially the emotional moments the show really does well, especially like in like Hopping Ball with where we finally learned that Sprig that Sprig's parents were like were dead, and how like how like Sprig like asked Anne, especially the quiet moment with Anne towards the end of Hopping On, where he asked like, can you miss someone that like you never really knew? Because like Sprig said he never really remembered what she looked like, and yeah, that scene was absolutely like heartbreaking, heart crush, soul crushing, dude. Easily one of the best scenes in the entire show, especially with like Anne, like like sure, like while she really enjoys her time in Amphibia, like she still really and like how much like It's so much like how much she might have annoyed her, how much she was annoyed by her mom. Like she still really misses her, and still really wants to, like, like see her again. Which again, I think is like absolutely, it's still absolutely soul crushing. Of course, like and then like we get the King Andrews, who's he's absolutely an incredible villain. Definitely still definitely one of like Disney's like best villains in general. He's still incredible. Incredible. Like it's definitely, if you really want to call him a twist villain, like he really is like how you like write a twist villain. How like especially the scale of Andrews, like he really does feel like like the large scale of like how tall he is. He really does actually feel like a threat and kind of like larger than life. Yeah, with how kind of like how kind of like jovial and like kind of like how like funny he is. He's got kind of like a more positive character. But it all shatters and like, everything gets shattered in true colors, which, oh man, like I don't know, it's definitely longer, like 12 minutes. But like True Colors really is like one of the greatest cartoon episodes ever made. I'm kind of going like linear order, but like still, it's definitely easier for me to talk about this way. And I'm definitely feeling more confident in myself with like how I'm covering this now. So that helps. This is my third time. But like True Colors really is one of the best. True Colors really is one of the best episodes I've ever seen. It really is one of the greatest episodes ever made. It really is one of the greatest cartoon episodes ever made, ever produced. Like True Colors really is the show's not what he seems, and how it literally shakes up like everything we knew about the series up to this point. It really is like practically, really sound like Netflix series, but like True Colors really is practically like a perfect episode, and it's like a payoff to like everything the season's been building up to, like the rebellion going all out against Utopia, what's it again? Like the rebellion, like the rebellion. Andrew's finally unleashing his plan. Like, no, this is where the girls are finally supposed to get back to Amphibia. And there's actually one more thing I want to mention, but I'll definitely do it after I talk about True Colors here. Like that, the rematch with Anne versus Sasha, that was incredible. Like Polly finally like growing her legs, which is foreshadowed really well in Marcy at the Gates. And how does he get? But especially, but yeah, all like it led up really well to like, and like Sasha's like kind of reflection here, but especially it all led up really well in the climax. The climax where it would literally like throw spray out the wind, and like the more you love, the more it hurts. We see. Also, I especially love how Andrews is voiced by the GOAT Keith David. It's like any character he voices is just absolutely incredible. Like yeah, especially the scene with like Calamity Ann, where especially I really like how like it was like really well foreshadowed with how in season 1 like Anne's eyes was like glow blue, like showing like that was the power of the Calamity Gem that she absorbed after like using the Calamity Box. Especially like the big plot twist in this episode, like Marcy finally where it was that Marcy was the reason that Anne and Sasha and also Marcy got like stuck in Amphibia without really like considering their other feelings. Again, it makes perfect sense. Like sure she did something like awful, but again, you can really see where they're coming from. That's why I love Marcy as a character so much. Look how it makes sense, like where Marcy was coming from, like or like she didn't want to move away, like how like her like it was like I think it was her dad, like her parents, like they had gotten a job in Massachusetts, and like she didn't want to move away because she didn't want to be separated from her friends. And obviously that's like very like understandable. It makes sense why she reacts the way she did. Doesn't excuse what she did, but again, like it really helps to keep like seeing her perspective. Really love stuff like that. And that, like, the climactic battle with Anne versus Calamity Anne versus Andrea, that's a cool, like, Dragon Ball Z reference. We'll also, like, like work on its own. With the Anne versus Andrian fight scene being animated by the talented animators over at Small Blue. Like the Small Blue duo. The Small Blue, the Small Blue duo. They did an absolutely incredible job with the animation of Anne versus Andreas. They did absolutely knocked it apart, especially the animation. Yeah, great job with like the animation bump there. Like that, and like Marcy literally getting like impaled with the flaming sword, with Andreas' flaming sword at the end of the episode was. Marcy. That was absolutely incredible. Like, what a season 2 was. Yeah, another thing I mentioned, I wanted to talk about. I also really liked how how like the little like this one with Anne and Hop Up, where it was set up in season 1 that Hop Up like Hop Up had hit the Calamity box from Anne because he read the book of about the potential dangers of the Calamity box, and and so because of this he ended up hiding it he ended up burying it under a tree without realizing that Anne needs the Calamity box in order to get back home. So like when she finally finds out about it, it reveals Hop Up like lied to Anne about it, and of course it definitely makes sense why Anne is like upset about it. And I think it's this episode like we really learned about for stuff like other stuff like Revelations. I'll definitely talk about when we get to later on season 3. Like yeah, of course especially with the emotional baggage shows you have for a lot of other shows, I feel like it would be very easy to just like apologize it and like quickly sweep it under the rug. But no, I actually like it. This is the episode right before the first Temple episode. Then in the Temple episode, they actually still carry their emotional baggage and actually work out the situation. Yeah, really like that the show actually took the time to really go into that the conflict they had there. That was great. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. Then I'm gonna talk about season 3 real quick. Then yeah. So yeah, I'll be right back. I guess snackers on the drink. Okay, now I'm back. I had a quick sandwich. Um. Okay. Okay, let's just go like lock in and like. Hopefully, can finish the stream to like sometime at least in the next. If I can finish the stream in at least sometime in the next like 40 minutes, that'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, I'm gonna set like a 7-minute timer. Can I bring up my notes for season 3? The review I wrote on Twitter. No, no, I'm not gonna get like every single thing. All right, so season. Okay, let me go. Let me go throw on the music real quick. Send my water. Okay. So season. Maybe season 3, which is it's kind of a mixed bag. Like, don't get me wrong. I still think overall, overall, I still think season 3 is good. Like, it's not like terrible, but like, but for me, it's definitely not hard to see why like season 3 among the fan base is so divisive. Well, yeah, there's definitely some lore season 3. Like, yeah, with 3, I kind of wish. I sure like the tone shift is like kind of weird. Like, I do really wish that like, yeah, I do really wish. It kind of focused kind of a bit more on like Anne's feelings regarding like Marcy stuff, especially like she was literally impaled. And kind of focused more on like Sasha stuff, but like this was like a decent enough job. Of course, I definitely do get it. I forgot to mention like my season 2 section, like I definitely not the only one who like I kind of think as like a joke that I kind of wish that Marcy was I kind of makes you wish like Marcy was the main character. But it's fun to think about, but at the end of the day, Amphibia is Anne's story to begin with. And, I definitely do like Anne's personality a lot. I definitely do like how Anne's a more grounded protagonist because it sets her apart from other Disney TV protagonists. Not saying that the more kind of active ones like Hyper ones. I'm not saying they're bad, but it definitely makes Anne like it makes her different. I still found still really enjoyed 3 was like still like really enjoyable. Like I really like Anne. I really like Anne's parents a lot. I thought they were great I thought they were like great characters. Especially found it really cool of how like Mrs. Boonshoy of how she was actually voiced by Matt Brawley's mom, which I find that to be just really cool. Especially with like especially with his mom, like she had no prior voice acting experience. Like she did a great job. What's really Aunt like? Dude, she did a great job with Mrs. Boonshoy, and really capturing it. It's still really fun to see like how the planters have dealt with the challenges of living on Anne's world, because the planters, they're the fish out of the water here. First, like it does like first like with the Earth episodes, I definitely think the scenarios are definitely like, much more interesting compared to season compared to the season. It's still season 1, but it's definitely a lot more interesting. especially like the humor is like really good in the Earth episodes. Especially like the background character gags are especially hilarious. Like the one with the one in Thai View, like the one with like the one with like the broken TV, that was really funny. Like the broken TV, that was really funny. the one I think with the clown that was voiced by Roger Craig Smith, the voice of Sonic. Like that was really good, and what was it? The other one I really like? It was also the one with like this guy, like, he was like proposing to someone else. And like how like the clouds would text said something else. That was really funny. And then the background character of like Matt himself. Basically, Matt himself. He just voiced a few characters in the show here and there. Like, with like the hot dog, yeah, that was fun. Yeah, the background character gags were like great. It's like it doesn't do anything to like move the story forward. Like first, like there's like flashbacks to Amphibia. I really do like Sasha's redemption arc this season, where she like realizes like the error of her ways, and she does actually strive to do better and like lead the rebellion, the fight against Andreas. Like especially like Amphibia has been like completely like taken over by like it's been like completely industrialized, like machines and factories and stuff, and like taken over by Andreas. Like yeah, it's been done really well, and it's sure like not first not every 3 episodes they hit. First, like I do really like the Amphibia episodes. Like they're just like really focusing on like Sasha. Um, especially Olivia and Yunnan. Like especially I love Olivia and Yunnan. They're such great side characters. Side characters in the show in general are really good. Like Wally, Ivy, Mrs. Croker. They're all like really good. It's like Maddie. They're really good side characters. I really like them a lot. Especially like Olivia, like that was the introduction of like Darcy. And, like we kind of learn more about the core of how. I really like how I'll get to the core in a second in like 3B. I really like how again trying to gather my thoughts. But yeah, Marcy's scream when she's like reawakens and she's like taken over by Darcy. That scream is like terrifying, and especially love how the end credits for the episode like changed the message tone. Speaking of, I actually really like the opening for the show was great. Love the theme song, especially the animation. It's animated really well, especially and I especially really like the season 3 outro. The season 3 outro is easily my personal favorite out of all of them. I just love the song so much, and the animation for it. Let's see. I also really like there's still like stuff going in Amphibia. Even like in Amphibia, like they're still like trying to like find a way back to Earth. Like there's like a portal being built. I also really like the Earth characters, like like Mr. X, Mr. X, where like how they're trying to capture they're trying to like capture like dissect the planters. I really like the scientist, like Dr. Jan. She's a really cool character. Especially really cool that she's actually voiced by the same voice actor as Tiana from Princess and the Frog. I forgot her name, but yeah, that was really cool. Makes sense to her. Like Matt's like a big fan of like Princess and the Frog, which I agree. That's a pretty great movie, and that's a show hit. The movie has for 15th anniversary this year, but that's cool. But anyways, Dr. Jan was good. Like the other scientist was great. I especially love like the 2 IT gals. What are their names? You know, like every little thing. Yeah, especially really enjoy Jess and Allie's characters, and how like they help like Polly with like rebuilding Frodo. Just like their relationship, especially some like good LGBTQ representation in this show. Especially like another good form of representation is the Thai representation. It was done really well. Especially Matt, like you could really tell like he like really wanted to do this. Especially how like Matt said for how like, I think like he made and he wanted like a Thai American lead protagonist because like in order to have like more like Thai American, really like having like more Thai representation in like Western on like Western like, kids television, stuff like that. That was really cool. And the Thai representation, she was done really well in season 1 in Lily Pad Thai, especially in season 3 with like the Thai temples and stuff like that. That was done really well. Like the foods, it was also the Thai representation was done really tastefully. It really did come from a place of love. So yeah, that was great. For example, everything in general, it leads up like really well to the season finale, Escape to Amphibia, where they fight, where, you know, like they like fight against like the FBI and stuff, and they fight, and the planters finally get back to Amphibia. And there's also the Christmas special. That was also really good. Especially really dope that they got Fred and Rebecca Sugar to do a song for that episode. It's really sweet. Really cool because definitely makes you like that Matt's like, you know, really good like friends with Rebecca Sugar because, you know, he did work on Steven Universe. Well, he wrote the story. He was a writer and border on Cool Kid Lars. That episode was pretty good. Whereas like, you know, Matt and Rebecca are working in their own movie, but you know, that's like for later. At Sony Pictures Animation. Anyway, you know, 3A was good. It definitely still at least does a good job of like definitely does a good job of like, it was still pretty enjoyable. Then we get to 3B, and yeah, 3B they kind of dropped the ball. I'm going slower than I usually do, but like, hear me out here. I really need it. 3B they kind of dropped the ball. Except for the last few episodes. Not that there's nothing good, like, I mean, the episodes in Naruto, they feel just kind of repetitive. It's also like 2 of like the worst episodes of the entire show. Like, Spivey was really annoying. Was a really obnoxious episode. Like, I like the ship. I think it's pretty cute and stuff like that, but yeah, the episode, how it just played out, it was just really obnoxious, and like, yeah, definitely one of the show's worst. Another one of the shows, like 3B on paper, it seems like it's really gonna progress the story more, but like, doesn't really do it all that much. But definitely the worst episode in my opinion is the Core of the King. Not the Core. It's the Mother of Homes. It's easily the show's worst episode, because well, you know, I thought the Grosso humor felt really out of place. The Grosso humor felt really out of place. And how pretty much everything in the episode felt like really pointless, because except for like the last 3 minutes, because the writing was on the ceiling the entire time. Like, dude, what was like the writing and like about the prophecy and stuff? It was stuff that we already knew about beforehand. So like, it was just like a huge waste of time. Easily the show's worst episode. We could really focus more on like the core and stuff, but yeah, I definitely do really like the core. I think they're a pretty solid villain, and I do really like the idea of how like dirty hive mind of like amphibious like past like Metuopi's like past leaders like Andres and Ancestry. It's like Ancestry is really cool. Even a good episode like the Core of the King is still pretty good. The episode like really is like massively held back from its 11-minute runtime, and like it really would have benefited from being a 22-minute runtime, because like it would have allowed the story to it would allow them to like flesh out their backstory more, and like things felt rushed other ways. But it's still like good. Like I'm learning more about like Andrews' backstory, his relationship with like Leaf Planter. It's definitely cool. Like the Leaf Planter, they're like and they're like the relation. They're like Leaf Planter, like Barrel Use Fun. Especially shit like that's how we know, like with Leaf Blender, like there was the reason how the Calamity Box was got stuck on Earth. Because they had visions of the of like the moon crashing down. Like we'll get to that in a bit. So yeah, things like the season finale was incredible. Thanks to the incredible series finale. All like the finale was absolutely incredible. I mainly consider it in three parts. The core and the king. The beginning of the end. All in and the hardest thing, which is such an incredible finale. And like this show does a great job at make when it comes to the scale of the finale. Like you really do feel it, especially with how like pretty much like everyone we met along the way, like they play a major role. Like the plant first, like the amphibians, like they formed the rebellion was formed and helped out during the beginning of the end, and they really helped. And how all the humans helped out in All In. That was great, especially the major, that's like the three major boss fights, like the planters versus the herons, or now like I mentioned, where the herons were they were the ones that killed Polly and Sprig's parents, and and that was like kind of part of the reason why like Papa P decides like hide the Calamity Box from Anne like earlier on, stuff like that. And how it's really cool how they use like the kind of the history, like the planter dance, like the planter dance that was seen like in season 2 episode. Even like Leaf Planter, like she invented that in order to like control the herons, and like they were able to like, even like despite their charms, they're still able to like stop the herons. Like that was great. Sasha versus Darcy was fantastic, especially like Darcy, which was like cool references to like Spinella from Steven Universe, because Joe Johnston, he was a director and storyboard artist on All In. They were hired for the hardest thing. He was a director. He had a lot of work in Steven Universe. And he had a lot of work on like Steven Universe. So that's like the movie. So that was a fun reference. like that was a great fight, especially with like Marcy's like kind of Mindscape, or what you want to call it. It really is kind of like the show's like version of like Maybelline, of how like Marcy's like ideal like fantasy world, and like the video game reference like Zelda and Fire Emblem really cool, like Anne and Sasha, and how like Marcy has to learn that that just because like her friends are into everything that she is, that doesn't mean that they can't be friends. So that was a great moment. I really loved that. And how it really learns about the importance of like change, and how change can be scary, but it's a necessary part of life. And the big fight, and versus the rematch of Anne versus Andrews. Yeah, they really went all out, like especially with the animation and spectacle. It's just really dope. It all matters because the storytelling is just so strong in this episode. That the way Andrews was routine, like he still ended up like suffering from consequences, and like the hardest thing later on during the time skip, like we'll get there. So yeah, All In was incredible. Especially the hardest thing absolutely made me sob. If All In was the show's action peak, the hardest thing was actually the show's emotional peak. Like seeing Anne and the rest of the. Oh. Wait. Huh? Wait. Oh, it's still offline, like streaming and restreaming. What's the show's that? Like seeing seeing like the girls finally getting their like full power Calamity powers. Those designs were really cool. Especially like the fight against the big like fun epic battle against them. The core like crashing down to earth. Like it was The animation was absolutely incredibly, especially like the big band remix of what's it of It's No Big Deal. That's a great song. Love that song from Battle of the Bands. And like the remix, that was amazing. Can't believe going Distant Death on the finale. I did it for the other shows, but like, I just love this show. So yeah, that was amazing. And Sacrifice was handled really well. I definitely do wish like it was like handled a bit better, like the way Anne was like revived. Even I do like it how there's still a long term consequence. Cause, like there is a clone, like and like it's a clone and like she and like the shoe was on like her one shoe was on the opposite foot. But yeah, they definitely could have like built it up to that a bit better. It's not like there was no foreshadowing because yeah, there's like that one like kind of throwy-ish moment in a 3 episode like Domino. But yeah, even then, so the finale was absolutely incredible. Especially the epilogue, I absolutely sobbed during the time skip. Like seeing all their design, the time skip designs are absolutely. I loved them, especially the Calamity trios. I think they're all amazing. Like where they ended up like going in life, like got simplifying things like really made sense for their characters. Especially like, beforehand, like the goodbyes, I was sobbing hard. It's the cries I've ever. It's the hardest I've ever cried like watching a finale. It was beautiful, man. Hang on. I keep doing the probably on these Celeste Chapter 9 soundtracks. Okay. Um Especially the goodbyes, like was like Sasha giving the goodbyes to Grime. That was especially like Anne and Sprig. I felt like even though they're like going on, like they'll all like they'll always remember each other, and I especially love like the shows like I definitely say it really does a great job re-embracing like the show's main theme of like change and how change is inevitable, and how just because like it can be hard to let go, and like just because I thought change is a part of life in order to like improve into a better person. I definitely really like how in the finale where of how and like they're kind of sort of separate, like they're still friends, like they still talk, but like we're like they didn't they found the new groups like high school and stuff, which was definitely like very believable. It's definitely something that happens a lot, like you move on to like like middle school, like high school, and especially college. Where like you still might like be in contact with some of your old friends, but like you end up following the new friend groups. That's just a part of life. Just a great job at depicting. Especially even though change, like change can be, but that doesn't mean that you have to let go of the things that you love, and sometimes it might come back to you. Anyway, that's my long ramble on Amphibia. It's definitely way longer than I would have liked, but like, hey. Let me check my stream. I've talked about the show for like like 50 minutes. Well, I mean, like, to be fair, I did like take a break, but like still, that's quite a bit of time. Okay, I'll definitely try and speed this up a bit. Definitely gonna be like speeding up a bit. 3 shows left. At least like at least under 3.5 hours. Still a pretty reasonable amount of time. I still like what I got done. Alright. Kelson Molly McGee. Definitely a very strong and respectable A tier. Molly McGee's a pretty great time. really good, cool. You know, it's like a musical cartoon, and hey, I think the songs are pretty good. Season 1 is like good, and the songs are season 2 and even better. At least like they're a bit cheesy, but I think the songs are fairly catchy. And season 2 especially, like the songs are even better. Except for Always Sunny in Sunnyland. I hate that song. There's a couple others I might be missing. I don't know, if it's like Phineas and Ferb, because like, I don't know, I haven't watched Phineas and Ferb that much, so yeah. But I also definitely really like Molly's yeah, definitely like I really like the dynamic of our main cast. Of like especially with like Molly and Scratch. And hey, let me go put on the timer real quick. I definitely like, even like Molly's like, sure, like a very like optimistic, just super like hyperactive, like optimistic character. I especially love like how unhinged of a character Molly is. It's really funny. These are like really great comedic moments, and just like in like contrast with like how like that's how like really like cynical Scratch is. These two really are the example, like great example of like opposites attract. And yeah, I really like Molly McGee. I really like the McGee's family. They're great characters. They're really fun characters. I really like the setting of Rain. Like, and despite, you know, the kind of the supernatural stuff, like, you know, there's Scratch, like the other girls. I think they're really fun. Like, you know, Jeff. I definitely do really like. I definitely really like how grounded the show is in nature, and like in general, I especially really like the sense of community like the show has, like with all the side characters and stuff. Especially really plays a big role in like that episode where like the McGee's like they like they end up like reduced to like building stuff. They end up like losing their house. And they end up like losing their house, and like the community helps them like kind of like get to like buy their house back. That was real. And like they end up having to live in the woods, and like Molly was like stressed out, like she didn't really, she's like, oh, this is fine, but you know, ended up like she ended up reaching her breaking point. And like, yeah, that's a great example of like the sense of community that I really like about this show. Especially other psychers, like, you know, Libby, I think she's great. I really liked her a lot. Especially like Fandry, and Andrea, you know, it's been a bit. I definitely do really sure she's like the kind that's really like mean girl, but she definitely has at least a fairly solid arc. But I definitely do like Andrea a lot. Then we get to and then like we get to season 2, and I think season 2 is also really good. I don't think season 2 is also a pretty good thing. I know some. I know some people are like I know like I think season 2 I've seen is a bit divisive like fans. And I really like season 2. Like, no, I think the songs are better. Again, that's another thing I like about Molly McGee. Like, sure, even though it's episodic, I do like how there's like some sense of like continuity. Isn't afraid to like shake up the status quo. Kind of like in other like, you know, Big City Greens. Like, so yeah, Molly McGee, that's pretty good. And another thing before I move on to season 2, I also really like the culture. So like I'll do is to kind of like transition to season 2. I also really like the cultural representation to show, like, you know, the Jewish representation, like with Libby's family, that was done really well, like Hanukkah and stuff. And like especially the Thai representation was done really well with like Molly's family, especially in the later episodes, and especially in season 2, which like no, like again, let's just that one like really Thai related episode in season 2. I'll get to that in a bit, but I really do like season 2. Like, again, I know it's divisive, but I would definitely say I like season 2 more than season 1. I don't know how much of a hot take it is, but no, this is me. Let's pull up my notes for this. bit of a comfort store because got TOH talk about decks. So like, I'm just gonna go resume the timer now. So this is season 2. I really like season 2. I do like the addition of. I do decently like the addition. I do like the addition of the Chents. I think they're fairly good characters. With Molly definitely being the most interesting one. I definitely do like the idea of how they're like ghost hunters and like they have a stigma against ghosts. But over the course of the season, we really see with like Molly the most that sorry, Ollie, sorry. I thought they learned to like that, not all ghosts are bad, especially with like Scratch. I think that was like really interesting to see play out. So yeah, the season 2 premiere was pretty good, saying the status quo for season 2. Yeah, I also like June. Like she's like really stalling. It's like autistic representation, but June absolutely does really deserve more screen time. I will say, I like her. I do like her, but like she absolutely deserves more screen time. I also thought the romance subplot with with Molly and Ollie was handled pretty tastefully. Like, the neat little subplot didn't really get in the way of anything. Their conflict was believable because they were opposing views on ghosts. That was handled pretty well. Yeah. But yeah, definitely my favorite. Absolutely, my favorite part of the season is Scratch's arc in this season. I felt like this season we really start to learn more about Scratch's past. As after being he starts to regain more of his memories and or because he's getting these memories, he represses those memories because he doesn't want to think about them, and how that eventually backfires in all in the mind, especially with the imagery of the soda bottle. I really like how that was used as a metaphor for Scratch possessing those memories, and how that bottle ended up just bursting open. It's great to see how Molly helped Scratch go through that. We learn more about his childhood friend Audio. We especially see that more in the season finale. Because I liked it was neat seeing Scratch being in the role of the chairman. I think that was fun to see play out. There's a 5-minute timer real quick. Yeah, it's fun to see that situation play out. For something that really pays off well in the season finale. I don't want to get the season finale. Especially the twist, especially we learned about Scratch. He was really he lived a really depressed life. He was always changing his plans last minute because he played life so safe that he ended up being so depressed that the guilt, his soul ended up leaving his body. Especially the twist where Scratch is actually a human. And especially really how in the season finale Scratch he ends up going back to his body, but he ends up losing all of his memories. And yeah, that was absolutely an emotional moment from the finale. Still really good. I'll definitely talk more about the finale in a bit. But yeah, I think that was really Scratch's arc this season was definitely the main highlight of the season. Especially how he ended up really spending more time with Audio. There's some other things I really like. especially talking like the Thai representation. It's like 100%. Molly McGee is absolutely one of my favorite episodes in the entire show. Because it's something like great job at like representing Thai culture. Like the creators, like they really did do their research, and even asked creators like Matt Brawley for help regarding the Thai representation in the show. And like aside from like doing their research and like asking for people, that was great. Especially really love how the episode tackles how like Molly like feels left out. So yeah, even though she is like part Thai herself, she's not really very familiar with the language, and like she's not, and how she doesn't really like she doesn't really like the spicy Thai food that much. So yeah, that was pretty good. That was great seeing play. I felt like how like a Molly McGee that like Molly McGee is like still, so even if she might be not be like 100% like I'm not tired. That was such a great moment. Well, yeah, that was great to see played out. Um, especially cool, like seeing like her seeing like her like seeing like Molly's like mom and like her grandma and like her other relatives like relating to her like of her not them not feeling Thai enough. Like so that was a great message, and especially relatable to anyone who is like in a similar position as Molly, from those who like moved from their native country. So yeah, that was great. I also really like period. I also really like a period piece a lot because the episode Zero did a great job at like really tackling the topic of like of like periods and menstruation, especially for like it's especially like a good thing for like kids to be exposed to and stuff like that. And I also really enjoy like the sleepover like that Molly, Andrea, and Libby had the episode, and like the themes of like growing up stuff like that. That was great. I also really liked Andrea's. I definitely do like really like Andrea's mini arc throughout the season where she learns or to be more like honest about herself online, the importance of social media breaks, and she even comes out as like being like as like queer in the episode. That was pretty cool. I like the mini arc across like 2 episodes, something like that, season 2. I think the show also handled like the social media stuff pretty well. That was done. And the humor, that was other stuff, like big critique. But yeah, the human world but the human world invasion episode, while it was still pretty good, I still really enjoyed it. I say I decently enjoyed Jinx as a villain. I feel like the build up to it could have been much better. I feel like Jinx is like kind of an ant-villain. I feel like the build up to like the invasion could have been done much better. Like season 1 especially did much better, like building up to the stuff with the chairman in the season 1 finale. So yeah, that's definitely an aspect I think could have been done better. But yeah, like like it touched on the finale again. The stuff with Scratch was great. I really loved the message about the importance of taking risks in life. And again, like it really does suck that the show ended up having to get canceled. But hey, at least the show actually got a chance to like wrap up its story. Especially with how Disney, they actually had like several scripts. They had several scripts written for some season 3 episodes. I don't know how many. You said some. I checked. Like there were some episodes like they had entire scripts written, while for other episodes they had just episode outlines written. Yeah, definitely do want to read those more like my own spare time. If it's gonna begin into some somewhat more darker themes, like it would have been really cool to see how that played out. But again, I'm at least like even though the show ended up being cut short, I'm at least glad that it was allowed to exist, and it still ended up being a pretty great time overall. It's definitely one of my favorite Disney TVA shows of the decade so far. Now we're at the home stretch. Now, this is gonna take a good. I'm definitely gonna try my best. As well, because I felt, I did feel really confident about this overall. It was like 5 hours long. Sure, like some stuff I like went for a bit, but especially for these shows, I really do have a lot to talk about. And sometimes if I really did go like overtime, kind of more than 7 minutes, because like yeah. Alright, let's just go finish this off again. I'm gonna try like I'm gonna try and like go on like broad strokes, because like yeah. Time for the Owl House. You're definitely a also like a very strong A tier. Definitely not S, like sorry, but it's definitely still a very strong A tier. I still really love this show. It's definitely an A tier, like there definitely is like a lot that just shows it. Of course, there definitely is like a lot of things. I'm probably gonna speak even more broadly now. I know I'm kind of flip-flopping with how like I kind of go more in depth, like speaking broad strokes. Like I don't know, I'm really doing this for like the third time. I definitely got it down a bit more, but yeah. But yeah, this show, I really love this show. No, I definitely really liked the first thing, the characters were good. It's just for something I will say, I do like the characters like a lot. I definitely do think the world building like is it really could have been better, especially in season 1. Like they really could have like spread out more world building throughout the season, except like most of it being done like towards the end. They definitely got better than later seasons, but still. But definitely some stuff. But obviously, like obviously, the LGBTQ representation of the show was. I definitely really do like how there's like I do really like how this show really did like push the boundaries for like kind of like what they could do on. They and the crew really did a great job like pushing the boundaries of like what they could do on the Disney Channel. Like the LGBTQ representation of the show is absolutely fantastic. It's absolutely a strong highlight. Like Lumi is like fantastic. At first, I don't want to talk about just the representation because there are other things that the show does right. Like the representation is fantastic. It's done really well. like Lumi is definitely one of the best like romantic couples I've ever seen. Like a kids, I've ever seen in a kids show. Like it really is like kind of like to be kind of like somewhat of a gold standard for like how to write romantic relationships in a show like this. Especially with like other characters like Rain. Especially like Rain Whispers, they're great non-binary representation. Especially how these characters like they're just like casually non-binary and just no one really cares. First, like learn from like the interview from like Dana Terrace from It's Rebecca Rose's interview with Dana Terrace and Matt Bradley, which like I highly recommend checking out that video. It's still really good. In general, I really like looking back at interviews like those because not only do they ask about like like the interview I'm referring to, not only does it like where they ask about like their individual careers about their respective shows and like their individual careers. There's also like a good time capsule for like how the fan base thought about these shows at the time. And yeah, the representation, like Rain is like great non-binary representation where they actually do play a major role in the story in season 2. Especially like really cool how the Boiling Owls is an environment that's like free of like any like homophobia, like transphobia, anything like that. It's basically a queer friendly environment, which like obviously like like queer like oppression, like both stories are like have an equal amount of value, but especially for like the kind of target audience of the show, like what the demographic of the show is meant for. It definitely made sense like why the queer representation was handled the way it was. It was done really well. Especially with other characters like especially with other characters like the Collector. You know, he's like everyone else, and Masha, they were handled really well for being Earth. I especially really like how Masha designed like their fingernails are the same color as the non-binary flag. That's just really dope. Hang on a second. Let me check some real quick. I'm gonna check some real quick. Especially with like like Papata in the series finale. Oh, they're both like king and queen. There's a name for that, but I forgot what it's called. That was like really good case of representation. Same with like Willow's Gate and stuff like that. That's good. Oh, onto some other stuff like about the show, like I think the magic system is cool. Stuff like that. The animation during the especially I love like the animation bumps like during like the big fight scenes and other like major moments, like I can even like feel like like the Good Witches Zero moment in episode 1, that was done pretty well. That was like that. Just the part where it's like really like fluid animation, like when Luz is like entering the room with the portal, the the portal door. There's that one moment in the second episode. I really haven't gotten to our main characters yet. I'll get that in a second. Like that. Both Eda versus Lilith fights. Like the Lubity kiss scene in Clouds of the Rising, that was great. Especially like the guest animators and in-house animators, they did a great job. Like like they had like Spencer Wan on season 1. He was the animation supervisor. He does incredible work like on Hades and stuff. Tom Barkley did some stuff in like season 2 and 3. Like the Lumity kiss and like and some of the action sequences in season 3. Tom Barkley, he did some stuff for like Rise of the TMNT. That was great. Yeah, the guest like in-house animators. I know Dana did some things herself. There's some other names I'm forgetting. I know Smallwood did himself for the season 3 finale. Like they did a great job. like the art direction and animation. Same with like Molly McGee. Especially I love like the art direction of the show and the character designs. I think they're all really fun and like cool and really fits like especially how like kind of like creepy, kind of like gross it is, but like, it's still really appealing. Especially move on like to some of the characters. It's like Luz. I really like Luz's character. Well, at first, like I mean, yeah, like I understand. At first, like definitely going to Luz like this. She is like neurodivergent. That was like handled really well. At first, I will admit, like yeah, the first episode doesn't give up the best first impression of the show. Definitely didn't really start clicking with it until after like the first like 5 episodes or so. I know, really bleeding into other aspects. I know like season 1 was like largely mandated by Disney. It's made the first 15 episodes that like they got like a lot of notes, and like I think Hexai was a result of like Disney. I don't know, they got like a lot of like executive meddling that yeah, it really shows. I'll talk about like creative control in a second. I'm really going all over the place. Like yeah, I really like Luz's character. Well, she's great. At first, she's kind of like just kind of like, she like sees like the boiling house as like a place to like escape, but realizes like it still has like the same issues the same societal issues as like there is back like in the human realm. for like, you know, she doesn't want to like go to summer. She doesn't want to like go to like summer school. That was great. Good character, especially with like Luz's arc with like how like selfless, with Luz like how like selfless she is. It really does a great job of showing like of her being like so selfless as a like she's like kind of forgets to take care of herself. Like this mama is ready for trauma, and like yeah, it just absolutely backfired. It absolutely backfired, especially the season 1 finale stuff like that. Yeah, Luz, I really like her character a lot. First, I do like how this show really about like subverting your expectations, like, you know, like Amity, like, you know, you expect her to be like this mean girl character, but no, like even from like her first introduction, she has a soft spot going on. She still has a soft spot to her, and like, I really like her story. Well, I really like this story. I really like I'll talk about that later about the show's themes. First, that we learned later on that so it like leads into another point. Again, like I was like Luby is great, but even on their own, like Luz and Amity are still great characters. I know. I'll talk about the Amity stuff later. I really like Amity's character a lot. She's great. I especially really like how in Understanding Willow with it's like really revealed that like she's the way she was because of how like she was like kind of being like manipulated by her parents. It's like doing what she wants, and you know, even like she like owns up to her actions with like how she like bullied Willow in the past, like called her half a witch Willow and stuff like that. That like Willow was like inconfident in her abilities and stuff like that. Really like that a lot. And I really like how like Amity, like even like she still takes full like responsibilities for her actions, and like they both at least take a first step to like forming, like making peace with each other instead of becoming friends. Leads to another point. I also in general really like how the character relation. I can't believe I talked about our main cast. Yeah, I'm so dumb. Because I'm a bit tired, so like yeah. I definitely really like our main cast a lot. I think they're sorry. How it's the character relationships are handled. Like again, like you know, they could have very easily like they could have very easily like just forgiven them and just like moved on, but no, they actually like take the time to like rebuild their friendship, which I really appreciate the show for doing. Especially like the other characters. I think Ida's great. Ida's absolutely hilarious to be. Same with like Ida's absolutely like one of my favorite characters in the show. She just has so much sass to her. She has a great design. She really does fit being the bad girl covet. I mean, she really is so bad. Especially like Ida's like Harpy form later on in season 2. I just love Ida. She's a great character. I know King, like he's writes some like great comedic relief. He's well, of course, like he's voiced by Alex Hirsch. Or he was like he's voiced by Alex Hirsch. And how like I really like how like his like I especially really liked his arc of like he kind of goes through like a bit of like identity crisis. Like we really see that a lot, and like like more in season 2, he's like the king of all demons. Then in the episode like Echoes of the Past, like we learn about a lot about like King's backstory. King's backstory and how like his whole worldview is like shattered, and how he learns the truth about his past. Like, man, I'm going kind of all over the place, but it's like seriously, the voice acting and King's like emotional breakdown in that episode is absolutely phenomenal. Alex Hirsch absolutely kills it. The voice actors in general do a great job. Yeah, I really like King's story a lot. I'll definitely get into like, you know, the bigger stuff later in a bit. The season 1 is like pretty solid, like, you know, it's definitely not the best. There's definitely still like quite a bit of issues, but like I still really like season 1. like that. I really liked them. I really enjoyed the conflict. Really seeing how the conflict with like Ida and Lilith played out. I really like Lilith as a character, especially even more in season 2. First, like characters like Camila, we'll get to her later. So yeah, season 1 is like pretty, generally pretty solid. Like I'll get some words my talking through. It's like a solid enough finale. It definitely felt like a bit rushed in like the second part, but yeah. But yeah, season 2 is. And get to season 2. Season 2 really is what the show gets from like it's pretty good to incredible. Like season 2 is absolutely like a massive step up from season 1 in practically every way. I feel like the pacing is like mostly better, well, at least for the first 10 episodes. Like again, it really sucks that the show ended up like getting cut short by Disney. So because they really had to, like, it was like episode 11 onwards, like they really had to like 7 minutes first, I mean, you know, like another 7, like they really had to like speed up the pacing. From episode 11 onwards, it really had to do stuff like shorten the intro and like squeeze out every possible second they could because it just was not working. Alright, we're gonna try and pull up some of my notes for season 2 to hopefully make this a bit easier. I know I'm like definitely glossing over a lot of stuff, but like I guess I'm just trying to get this done by this at this point. Because there's other things I want to do in my life. Definitely gonna like preparing for the games stuff I'm gonna be doing. Hey, let me go scroll back for a bit. Hang on. Just trying to pull up my notes real quick. Okay. Try to pull up my notes real quick for season 2 that I wrote not too long ago. Like that in general. Like, I really like that, but season 2 again, like season 2, like it's really like the last 5 episodes of season 1, like season 2 and 3, like I remember reading how Dana really said, like Dana said before, like season 2 really does feel like the I felt season 2 really was like the show that she actually wanted to make. Like, who knows, like things will get much, well, things will be the best it can be if you, like, you know, if the executives, like, you know, let the creators, you know, make the show that they actually want to make, because it almost always like works out better that way. I digress. Okay. Especially that, especially like how season 2 really definitely has a much like clearer focus and like what it wants to do. At first, like, you know, they're really focusing on like Lou's going back to the human realm and stuff like that. And then the Day of Unity with like Bells. I haven't gotten the Bells yet. And yeah, Bells is an absolutely phenomenal villain. Like he was, first we got bits and pieces of him in season 1, but season 2, especially with what we learned about Bells, he really is like an absolute like threat. Especially another one of like Disney's like best villains, like with like his backstory with how he was how Bells, like, you know, especially the twist was like Bells is actually he was actually from the human realm, like he went to like the Boiling Isles, like search for his brother, his brother Caleb. Like, he was like, he really hated witch. I feel like he really hated like witch. Yeah, like a huge like bias against like witches, and like how he literally murdered his brother. He killed his brother with a dagger just because he fell in love with the witch, you know, Evelyn, and got her pregnant, which is like really just like how like pathetic he is. And I really love how like Bella's like, even despite that, like he like refuses to change, and how like he does whatever he can to try and like clone his brother, especially with the amount of like golden mask you see in that one background, like, oh man, that's insane. Especially in Hollow Knight, which absolutely phenomenal. Like, Hollow Knight is absolutely one of the show's best episodes for like how like chilling it is, like, the storytelling. They kind of like the shows now. He seems to kind of like, Hollow Knight really does like shake up like everything we knew about the show, and like what to expect because of what we learned about like bells and stuff. Especially Hunter's mental breakdown after the episode, that was handled really well. Speaking of, yeah, Hunter was also a great. Again, like Rain was a great addition to the cast. Hunter especially was like a really great addition. Yeah, Hunter especially was like a great addition to the cast. Another one of the show's like definitely one of the best running characters in the entire show. In terms of like especially with how like his backstory stuff, like he was like manipulated by Bells into like working for him at the Emperor's Coven. Like, there's a lot of people like they compare his they compare his arc to like Zuko's, and like, I mean, on a surface level, sure they have like similar archetypes, but where their characters end up going is like completely different. Zuko's arc is about like really more about like redemption, like honor. Well, Hunter's arc is more about him like being like saved and like finding his own sense of identity because of the identity crisis he suffers from. First, like the stuff like he goes through like season 3. No, a New Wish is like playing around with a New Wish. Hang on, let me do this. Here we go. Sorry. Oh, yeah, let me go change the music real quick. What music should I put on? Let's put some of the Free Planet 2 soundtrack. Alright, let's just lock in. Okay, hang on, let me go pull up my notes. Yeah, Hunter's great, really love his character a lot. There's a lot of mentioned some more critiques in a bit. Hopefully season 3 should definitely be a lot quicker to cover, because just 3 specials. Alright, let's just do this. Unfortunately, season 2, I also really like how season 2 really like does a great job of expanding upon like their character arcs, like their backstories and their like personal dramas to give it even more depth. Of course, like the stuff with like Luce, I really like how like Luce is handled here with like especially how Luce is like literally like traumatized by Bells because she was kind of like essentially guilt tripped over, but essentially kind of like guilt tripped by Bells into like she was like Bells kind of like tricked her into helping like Bells like with like the Day of Unity and stuff like that, and she's like really traumatized about that, especially after Hollow Knight. Like Luce becoming less confident in herself, especially in like Yesterday's Light, which like Yesterday's Light was fantastic. I really love V. She was a great character. Like, so even despite how little screen time V had, she still left off a really strong impression. Like that, it was like really like, especially really you have to feel bad. Like she was like, it's kind of what the opposite of Luz, of how like she like ended up getting stuck in the human realm, and how she was like and how she was kind of like captured like the antagonist of the episode, Jacob, like really confused, but it was really sucks to see, and it was really great to see Camille like beating the crap out of Jacob. Yeah, Yesterday's Light, that was pretty great. Especially the ending sequence of Yesterday's Light was just really heartbreaking with how it was like kind of good in like character order, I guess. With how like Luz, like she finally like sees Camille again after so long, and like in fact as she's like slowly dragged back to Earth because Luz is like stuck in the weird like in between realm. It's just the ending of the episode is so heartbreaking, man. At first I definitely like praised Lumity earlier on this season, but I especially really liked how hang on. Which is okay, especially really like how especially with like Lumity, like even like at first it was definitely great seeing like them finally like get together and knock on Hooties or shoot, can't believe I forgot to talk about Hooties character. He's also like hilarious. There's also voiced by like Go Alex first. But first, it definitely seems like the character, like, it would be very easy for him to like be annoying, but he's still like really funny. Especially like the origin of his voice, like Alex first said, like when doing like scratch voices, like as a joke, like Alex did like a bad impression of like Mickey Mouse, and how he first did a bad impression of Mickey Mouse, and Dana Terrace like shoot, Dana really liked it. And that was the decision for like Hootie's voice. That's fun. Especially knocking on Hootie's door. It was like, especially the revelation of the episode, like King's shock, like King's King's like sonic wave move, like he encounters there. Especially like the revelation of like Heartbeat Ida and learning more about like Ida's relationship with Rain. And how why like Ida and Rain eventually broke up because like Ida was it's definitely very understandable that Rain was that Rain felt frustrated that like Ida wasn't like sharing with like Rain like their true feelings and stuff like that. So yeah, that made sense. And how like Ida really learned to like accept the curse as like being a part of her. Like the curse she had that Lilith inflicted onto her, like as a child. Then like the curse was split between like Ida and Lilith in season 1 finale. I know I'm glossing over a lot, going all over the place, but like, hear me out for a bit. I have my notes and stuff, but like yeah, I really tried to talk about all this stuff in the show I really like. Yeah, I think that was great. Especially like the Luby stuff, like especially like the little song, like the song that plays that was sung by Matt Chapman. Like that was a great song, especially especially with love, like how like awkward like Luz and Amity are, like their chemistry is just so great. And how the episode they finally like actually get together and they're like officially girlfriends. I especially love how Hootie is like the fan base in that. I really felt like Hootie is like the fan base in that episode. So that was pretty great. Even Lumity, I really like how even after that, like like Lumity, like their relationship isn't all like sunshine and rainbows. Like again, like Luz, like she's like just uncomfortable sharing her like some of her feelings with Amity about about going back to where about like seeing her mom and like the stuff about the human room, and how it's actually really like how at first like Amity notices something on her phone, but I definitely really like how Amity actually has the decency to not like look at the video on her phone or to respect Luz's privacy, and they actually ended like talking out their issues. Again, like for a lot of shows, like I feel like it's very easy for like the easily contrive like drama out of nowhere for the sake of drama, but the conflict is like actually believable, and it actually makes them better characters. And it makes their relationship like even more believable as well. then in like Reaching Out, especially I love Reaching Out. It's another one of the show's best episodes. With how it focuses on with how one thing it focused on is how about dang it. I thought the day is it was supposed to be the day that that like back in the human room that Luz and Camila were would visit their dad would visit like her dad's grave, because Luz's dad had like it was because of illness that Luz's father had passed away. It really is about like her about grieving about that. And that was done really well. And even like Amity, like even she talks about like she opens up to Luz about like the relationship, about the relationship issues that she has with Alador. First, like Amity, it's also great to see her like finally standing up against her awful, like against her parents and escaping expulsion. That was pretty great. So yeah, I really like that, and how like it does like both of their struggles with an equal amount of respect, and not think one is like better or worse. Because comparing drama like that is just a really crappy thing to do. So yeah, I really appreciate how the show like treated both like with an equal amount of respect. Especially really like I guess another thing is I also really like forgot to mention before, but I also really like how like large also really how like how much of a focus that Yale House also has like on its adult cast, on the adult characters, like Ida, Lilith, especially the moments in earlier on with like not only stuff with like Ida and her relationship with like Lilith and Rain, but also her parents, which I feel like it's something you don't really see very often, especially for shows like this. It's something you don't really see very often, so I really appreciate the show actually like depicted that. And I like the conflict like they had with the curse and stuff, but they still really care for they still really care for each other, even like apologize for something. It was really great to see like the conflicts that adults had like the other adults, where it's like Alador and Tali, because Tali is an absolutely terrible person, especially with like Alador and Amity. Like, again, I like how they at least like Alder's like redemption, like they at least like it was at least set up in like Reaching Out with like how Amity, like they at least shake hands. I definitely like how Amity uses the hug that Alder provides and makes it to a handshake. He said again, it really, I see my point about like like Amity Willow, where they are not immediately forgiven, like we're on good terms now, but they're at least taking like a first step to like making peace with each other. You know what I mean? And really like the show that did that. There's definitely something I will say that I don't have too much of an issue with how it's handled, but like I definitely do think that Alador definitely deserve more screen time, because it would make his redemption where he finally stands up against Adalia, where he finally stands up against Adalia and causing her rising stand up like hit even harder. There's a lot of like season 2 really is like an improvement of like everything. Pretty much all my criticisms from season 1. They're still obviously not perfect. So there's way more I could talk about. I know I'm really breaking my 7-minute rule, but like, oh man, rules are meant to be broken. Like, I was definitely doing a good job with it earlier on, so I think I'm like kind of okay with it now. Especially is like one thing is the way Willow and Gus were handled. Like, one thing I will say with Gus is, I absolutely do wish that I definitely do wish that like Gus and Willow got more proper screen time. Yeah, I really wish they weren't so like shafted, especially like Willow in season 2, like. Because Gus at least had like a couple, at least there were a couple like Gus centric episodes where obviously you had looking through like last rooms where it focused on like Gus and like on his illusion powers, and especially Labyrinth Riders and how they focused on like his relationship with like Hunter and like his past and stuff like that. Not escaping expulsion, like Labyrinth Riders was not bad. It's still like a solid episode. It's definitely a bit like it's definitely kind of messy in terms of like its pacing and structure. Get with how like the cold opening of the episode starts off with like it shows like the younger versions of like Gus, Willow, and Derelict past. I really wish like I feel like you're giving an entire episode like centered around that. Man, who knows? Like even in like season 1, I feel like Gus could have been utilized a bit better. Could have utilized more. Especially Willow, because like it's not like Willow has nothing. Of course, like she has that one episode with hang on. Let me check something real quick. Hang on, let me go check something real quick. It was the Any Storm. That was a good like Willow centric episode, but yeah, I definitely wish Willow got more. Dude, especially with like other moments. Hang on, I'm trying to see here. Especially like escape with like Labyrinth Riders. I really do appreciate what they try to do with Willow and Amity episode, but it feels really clunky and like rushed. So yeah. So yeah, now on to escaping. Now to the season finale. We'll try to be quick with this. But part 1, like it was set up, was still really good. Oh yeah, let me forget something. Another thing I want to mention is Steve. Especially Steve, who's like a side character, like voiced by Matt Chapman. I really like the sound of his voice. He did a great job with his performance. Okay, skipping some. I really like Steve. Like Steve really got like a surprising amount of development. Where like at first he was supposed to be like a get. I mean, I'm definitely skipping over characters, but like I'm already going over so much as is. But yeah. Especially season 2. Thanks, sir. Especially like Steve, like especially when he was first introduced, I thought he was gonna be just a running gag character. But no, he actually gets a surprising amount of development. I really like his like arc with how he's like working for the Emperor's Coven, and like he wants to be considered one of the best, but afterwards like he realized that like that's not what he truly wanted, so he ends up quitting. I really like that like one-on-one moment he has with King and what episode was it? In Old Sign World, though, I believe that was a great moment. It was like Old Sign World, though, and like Clouds on the Horizon. That was a great moment. Yeah, I really like that a lot. Especially with like King. Like especially learning more about like his past, especially like especially Edge of the World, where we learn even more about his past. How he thinks he found more times, but there's like people like kind of like cosplaying his times, and like yeah, especially after But yeah, especially in the especially like the end of the episode, how like he learned even more like shocking like truths about his past, and like especially like the and how he learns about like the dead tight. Especially the ending of the episode where he's just sitting there like it's like, hi, this is like the Titan Skull skeleton. It's just incredible. And the finale is like season finale is pretty great. Like every step in the part one was still pretty good. Looking at the Lumity Kiss, like the stuff with Eldor, already talked about that earlier. And how like Luz, Ida, and King like reflect upon their they really reflect upon their journey. Then we get to the second part of the episode where that's where the Day of Unity begins, and like the payoff is like again like really good. And how the collector is finally released again, like the collector especially in like season 3. I really like the collector. I think they were pretty good. Like they worked pretty well as a secondary villain. Kind of interesting because originally like the collector was supposed to play just a minor role in the story, because like the collector was actually like featured in a bit in Knock Knock Knocking on Hootie's Door, but once they got used to the cancellation, that's when they started to like utilize him more in the story, and actually managed to make him work pretty well. Yeah, they did I think a good job of utilizing the collector. I really like how he really is like kind of like a worst case scenario of Luz. Yeah, I really like words like how really like sadistic and childlike he is. It was like great foil to Bellows in his introduction in season 2, especially with like his deal that like he had with Bellows, and how like King tries to like and how like King like he releases a collector by promising to play a game of Owl House with him where it's end the Day of Unity. And yeah, I definitely really like how how terrifying the collector is. Especially in the also really like the rematch that like Luz had against Bells in that episode. I know I'm going more in depth in the finale here, but like still, I'm not gonna try and go like super fast like later on. I'm gonna like speedrun through season 3. That was good, and it's definitely seeing the rest of the Hex Squad like help out like when it came to Bells. Especially Bells is like, especially with Bells his like goop form, like that's like absolutely terrifying. Like designers did a great job on that. Same with the collector. The collector also has a really great design. I really love his design a lot. Especially with how like the collector, like how he just like kind of like moves the sun, like stops the Day of Unity, which is insane. And how he kind of like just whoop Bellows, but like he was so implied to be alive. But yeah, easily the most heartbreaking part of the episode was especially towards the end where Lucy kind of like tried to like almost like sacrifice herself so that way the portal won't collapse, but King's ended up like saving her by like using his like Sonic Wave in order to like send Luz back into the portal, back to the human room. And how like he really like thanks Luz for like being an older sister to him, like the relationship really had come a long way, and like man, what a season 2 was. It's just absolutely like heartbroken Luz was by like being separated from like her found family, like Luz from like Ida and King. That was just absolutely heartbreaking to witness. And I also like the cool references to like Amphibia, like the Oral Lost and Frogman hooks. I do really like the I do like the whole theory of like Gravity Falls, Amphibia, and the Owl House having to share the same universe with like references and stuff. But first, like Amphibia and Gravity Falls. First, Amphibia, Owl House, these shows, they were both made by Gravity Falls alumni. So at first, like, this would be cool references. But first, like, they all stand their own. I'm really willing to like play by play and stuff like that. Doesn't make sure to have like some like time, like do some editing, like having some like timestamps and stuff. On to season 3, where it's just like three 40-minute specials because like they were cut short. And season 3 was still pretty good, and like they ended up like getting the most done that they could. But whereas even there's still stuff that they did better. They could have done better. Like Thanks to Them was absolutely amazing. It's absolutely the best special out of the 3. Another one of the show's best episodes. It really is like everything the show is about. Where Camila like takes in the Hex like the Hex was like, and he does a great job taking care of them. Now I can talk about Camila. I really like Camila. She's a great character. Especially a great like, she's really such a great mother to Luz that really cares about her daughter. And how what was it again? Yeah, she really cares about her. Even like that. I know a lot of people, they said she was like a bad parent, but especially like but I really disagree, especially this episode. Where Thanks to Them does a great job at recontextualizing prior events of how even like how she was like treated like crap because of how Luz was, and how she was kind of like manipulated by the principal into sending Luz to summer camp, and like doing what she did. And I was like, it's definitely clear that Camila, she had a place from. She was definitely clearly coming from a place of good intentions, but it definitely wasn't conveyed the best to Luz. Even before that, still she was a pretty great character. Like she really wanted the best for her daughter, and how I really like how she really wasn't angry. She really wasn't like upset at Luz for what she did, and like how even she understands like what she was going through. Especially in For the Future, I definitely really like that moment. Especially in For the Future, I really like that moment where she, especially where like she has like a one-on-one talk with like like she really, especially like I really like, especially really like the interaction she has with Luz and how even like she can relate to what Luz is going through. So that way like Luz doesn't, so that way Luz like she's like not alone with like what she's going through. So yeah, especially like that Luz's depression, especially really like the new Earth designs have, because like a few months had passed. Especially really like how like Luz's designs are reference to some of some like early design concepts for Luz that they had posted online. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, Thanks to Them was great. And seeing it at first, it really does like suck like the show ended up getting like cut short because of like what could have been. Because like there really is like, especially with like the montage sequence, like there really is like a lot of stuff that really could have been like their own episodes. But there really is like so much missed potential. But hey, I don't want like overly obsess over what could have been, because I was perfectly upset to be upset over what happened to the show. They still really end up doing a pretty good job, and like they really did end up managing to like stick the landing at the end. I think Them was great. Also really like the stuff with like Hunter, and like their interactions with Luz, and especially the stuff with like Bells. Like that fight scene was absolutely incredible. The animation was fantastic. Tom Barker did a great job with that. When they came to Hunter being possessed. Then we have I'm not going all over the place because I'm trying to get this over with. Then there's For the Future, which like Yeah, for the future, like, kind of dropped the ball. It's like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Not bad, but like, there's a lot of great stuff in the episode. Like, I really liked how I really like how the collector bonded with, like, how like the collector bonded with King. I really like Willow's arc in that episode with how she's like, with like how stressed she is and like she's like repressing her emotions. Especially little details like the little stress lines around her eyes. Like tapping that because like I have this in my head, so like I'm pretty done. I'm like almost done with this. Just pull up my notes for season 3, I guess. Hang on, let me go pull up my notes for this. Looking like the emotional, yeah, the emotional moments are like, yeah, there's a lot of like great moments, like like Willow's arc with how she's stressed and how especially in the moment with how like you said, I definitely like the moment with with like Willow's arc, how she's stressed, and over the course of the episode she learns to like let her feelings out. I especially like the moment with like the vines. And how like she's trapped as like a great like visual metaphor for her like suppressing her feelings and how she learns to like just like let it all out. Especially with how like especially with how like she's like comforted by Hunter and Gil. And yeah, Hunter was neat. It's a neat little thing. Doesn't really get annoyed, but it's neat. I like it. Especially like I'm really getting into spoiler territory, but like, yeah. Flapjack's death is like absolutely heartbreaking. I'll see that. Yeah, RIP Flapjack. Like I also really like a Loses Revelation episode where I really like the stuff going on with Bells, like, and like seeing what like Ida and Loth are up to. This is stuff with like Bells with just like how pathetic he is. What was also again? What am I trying to say? Like that, and especially like the moment with Luz, like where she finally realizes that like all she really ever wanted more than anything was to be understood, and her palisman finally hatching. But that's a great job. They did a good job with that, but what really holds back the episode is just how much the episode really wasted on Basha and Kikimora. Because like it's not like they were very important. It's not like they were very important characters to begin with. Kikimora especially, I really don't understand what they were going. For not to say like the execution, like the shortening excuses everything. Because like even like for the future, like they really could have done a better job with using your time. Like, I really don't understand why the writers decide to waste so much time with Basha and Kikimora. Again, they're not like super important characters. Like, Basha, maybe, I guess. But Kikimora just, it's not like she was a fine enough antagonist in like season 2, but like still. It really is like quite a waste. Especially like, it also really is disappointing that like they didn't really vote that like Gus got shafted so hard. He really deserved better. Especially like the fact like the visions that he felt deficient. Another like critique I have, like especially the visions that he saw of Bells in in King's Die, like not following up in that any meaningful way, such like wasted potential in my opinion. So this is another thing that's like really disappointing. Yeah, even despite Even like, especially like the comedy in the episode, especially like the comedy of like Freddy Features, like it's like noticeably weaker than what to expect. I don't know, it just wasn't really that great. But even despite that, the season, even despite that, watching and dreaming the finale still ended up being really good. I especially love like the opening sequence, like the puppets and like the horror vibes. I love that a lot. Um, um, oh, the finale's like really good. I still end up liking it a lot. Like that, like especially the collector. I really like the arc that the collector goes through, and like the collector being handled the way he does definitely makes sense. Like, you know, he's not like at first he's like a child, and how he really had to learn about the concept of like death and stuff like that, and kind of learn about, especially how he really needed like friends and stuff like that. I really like, in general, I think the collector was handled pretty well in season 3 for what they had to work with. It really is a testament of the show's writers that even despite giving the bad deal, they still were able to like stick the landing. At first, like, you know, like Luce's sacrifice is kind of well. Papa Time was really cool to see, and the final battle against Spells with like the music, the action, the animation was incredible. Especially with like the now we this like that was a great way to make things come full circle. That was incredible. Especially with like the references like ramen stuff, like King Anita's like powers. That was great. Especially Bell's death scene with how like Tiny Lou just stands there in silence is easily one of the best scenes in the entire show. So she's like, now like they could have very easily done what would have been easy to do like a reason you suck speech, but no, she just stands there because like, you know, like she has nothing. Like Bell's like, oh, I try, please help me, and then like now she has like none of Bell's bullcrap, especially with like how much like Lucia suffered through and how depressed she was. Like Bell's absolutely deserved to die, so like yeah. He has like no sympathy whatsoever. He was such a pathetic villain. It was a great, especially how like Rain, Rain like Ida and King like ended up like so like we ended like stomping the crap out of it. That was amazing. And yeah, even like the epilogue was great. I was like cried during the epilogue with how like, you know, especially like, you know, like how like afterwards, like, you know, like the collector ended up going back in the sky, like everything was going back to normal. Like everyone was released from like being dolls and stuff like that. And how like, you know, like Liz, like after all, like they end up like not working anymore. Just because, you know, Liz had like, you know, talisman and stuff like that. It was definitely a great chapter, end of the chapter. It's a great way to end that chapter for life. I especially like loved the time skip that was like I think like 3 to 4 years in the future, especially like all like, you know, like the cool photos how like they had another Grom and like, you know, V. Yeah, the V is also like great. I love her look. Of course, I understand why she was used the way she was. Of her, she had like an old screen time and like thanks to them and like they didn't go back to Demon Realm. Yeah, Camilla seeing the Demon Realm was also pretty fun. I'm really trying to rush this because like, I'm almost done. FLV and newish feelings. Ugh. It was actually love like seeing the time, like seeing the characters all growing up. Like, the time skip designs are all great, especially Amy's. I love her hairstyles here. Like yeah, it's all great. It's all like really great stuff. I definitely do wish Hunter got some like better closure with Bellows, but like, it was still like a really good finale. Like, and yeah, even despite there being some questions I wish that were like addressed, like, you know, getting a bit more inside Collector, not having a Hootie backstory, especially not focusing more on the backbling. But I'm still really satisfied with what we got. The time skip, you love the design, especially with how like seeing like pursuing her dreams, and especially with how like like of how like she has to go kind of like go for everything. Like she like graduated high school with V, and now they're great to move on to like college in the demon realm. Unfortunately, it doesn't make sense. Like, you know, like she can go between Earth and the demon realm, like whenever she, and back to the boiling house whenever she wants to like visit her friends and found family. It's also cool seeing Camila finally interact with Ida, even though there's no dialogue. Yeah, I also really did like the red sequence of like there's like no dialogue, like seeing the characters on direct, except for like the last like couple minutes. That was also great. Especially like especially, you know, the happy ending was deserved because, you know, Luz and Go, she suffered through so much crap and depression that like now to go on a bit of a tangent. I guess I know some I know it's kind of a minority. I know some people say that like they compared Yow's ending to Amphibious and say like Amphibious ending was bad because like because with Amphibious they closed the portals while the Owl House's ending they left the portals open, even though like even though like and how they said the Owl House's ending was like easy, like it wasn't, even though, you know, again, Luz deserved it for the reason they deserved it. You know, Luz suffered through so much only to like say, like giving her the middle finger, like, no, you don't deserve a happy ending after how much you went through. Like, it would have just been like the antithesis of the show. It would have made the ending bad, especially because like you with Amphibia, like the portals being closed makes sense because, you know, the show's about like changing, moving on. So again, like it works for that story. Well, Yellow House, you know, that story, Yellow House is a show about, you know, self-accepting. No, the show is about self-acceptance and finding belonging. So first, like, Luz being able to go back between the human and demon realm whenever she wants, like, makes sense for that story. Yeah, like, you know, different things work for different stories. Okay, that's like my little tangent. Of course, do I have one ending I prefer? Like, I mean, yeah, honestly, I do kind of prefer Amphibious ending because, like, that's the one that made me cry the most. But Yellow's ending is still good for, like, the story this show was trying to tell. Yeah, I especially love the whole bye. I especially hope Michelle bye along with the rest of the cast during the final scene. So yeah, that's Yellow. I know I've been on for like over half an hour. That's the show I spent like. That's the show I really spent like the most time talking about. I feel like out of all of these, I know I broke the 7-minute rule several times, but like, I really did feel like going kind of all out here. I know it's like it's super unbalanced with like what shows like gave more attention to others, but like at the same time, I'm not really too mad about that because like this really is meant to be like really kind of like a chill thing. Just how chill, like I'm like talk about shows I really and like really talk about shows I really like for like 4 hours. Of course, with some breaks in between. Of course, I'll definitely make it like quite a bit shorter if I like edit this down. If I want to do that, I'll probably will. Especially like I'm like also recording the episode and set up the audio the way that would make it easier for me to do that. Okay, there's definitely gonna be like cuts in the music. I don't know how I'm gonna do. Like, if you want to hear like the music alongside, then like I don't know. I guess the music would be really awkward, like especially the way recorded. But who cares? But overall, the Yellow House is like still a great time. It's definitely my sure. Even though I like the big 3 Disney TV shows, like, you know, this show, Gravity Falls, and Amphibia, I definitely rank it third. Cause especially like you know, there are definitely aspects I do think these shows definitely do better. Of course, even though there's like aspects, you know, I think the Owl House definitely does better than these 2 shows. But I definitely still do love this show a lot. Love the show quite a bit. Season 3 is definitely an 8 out of 10. And definitely also being like one of my favorite modern, like one of my favorite cartoons of this decade. So yeah. There's definitely some aspects I do think like these shows, other shows do better, like story, like pacing, story structure, world building, more balanced character development, to name a few. But yeah. But even despite like how much the show got like yanked around by the network and stuff, kind of get. I'm still really glad that the show was allowed to. I'm still really allowed to the show is allowed to exist. And again, Dana and the rest of the crew really managed to stick the landing, which again really is a testament to the TV show's writers, and they really did want to make the best show that they could. Again, it sucks that the show got short because of how much missed potential was, but hey. At least the guys allowed to exist. And first about the continuation stuff, I definitely absolutely do fully respect Dana's decision as she tweeted about this. Almost like a month or so ago. It was about like a month ago. So yeah, I do absolutely respect her decision to not wanting to do a season 4. Or even any continuations for other mediums, at least right now. Because it also makes sense that she doesn't want to center her entire career around just one show, because she very much is interested in working on other stuff. And yeah, I fully respect her decision, and I'm definitely looking forward to any stories that she had, any of the personal projects that she has in store for the future. Seems like all these other creators, even they may not be interesting, creating your other, continuing this show or not. I'm definitely really interested in what they're gonna do in the future. Matt Brawley, he's working on he's working on his own graphic novel, and he has some ideas for maybe a continuation, but there's the art book. But there's obviously something that he's working on, a graphic novel, his own graphic novel. I forgot what it's called, but it's coming out in May of next year, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to especially with Alex Hirsch doing. Same with all the other creators and stuff. Especially hey, if you're interested in work, I definitely do recommend, if you're like me, that following the crew members on social media and stuff like that, creators and stuff, and see what they're doing next. You might like it. Woo! And even then, she's definitely still interested in the idea of she would like to do an art book for the show. And yeah, I would absolutely love an art book for the show. Where I said earlier of why I'm a huge fan of art books and stuff. So yeah. Whew. Definitely Fairly Odd Parents' New Wish. Thankfully easy to say, because I've only watched the first 3 episodes, so I'm definitely gonna put in a respectable 8 here. And it's a good sequel series to the original Fairly Odd Parents. My perspective is a bit interesting because I haven't watched the original series. I mean, I've seen the original series, but only for clips and stuff. Not really sat down watch the entire thing. Perhaps it will sometime. And I really like it. I really like Hazel as the protagonist a lot. Cosmo, they're fun characters. Especially for fans I've heard. It really is it really is a great love letter to the original. At first it has its new ideas, but also not forgetting what made the original so beloved in the first place. And definitely the best of the Fairly Odd Parents that we've had in years. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in I've watched the first few episodes. The first half of it is on Netflix. I don't know why I didn't put the entire thing at once, going season 1 has been done since July or August of this year. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in I'm definitely interested in yeah, I'm definitely working to talk a little bit no, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in continue really continuing to showing at some point, and through certain means, like watching the rest of the show, watching the rest of the episodes, watching the other half. Hey, let me check some real quick. Um, first, like buying usually, you can definitely buy on like like first, like you can get like if your son, you can buy the digital platforms like iTunes. iTunes, they don't have episode 20. That's weird. But I'm definitely really just like like watching more of the show. Like sometimes getting the original sometimes. But yeah. The other platforms like Google Play has it. Like iTunes really doesn't have it. Hopefully sometime, at least some like in the near future, like the rest of the show will come. Especially like Netflix, you're relying on like Netflix ratings if you're gonna get season 2. Yeah, the show really does deserve a season 2. And that's it. It's been 4. Someone gruesome, not gruesome, Alex. It's been pretty fun to do this. And finally getting third time's the charm. Again, there's definitely some parts I could have done better, especially during the latter. Especially how I explain stuff in the latter half. I'm so dang inconsistent. Kind of upset at myself, but hey, at least I got it done. I guess I'll talk about some things from next year. Just like things in the future, like animation. Of course, I definitely do want to watch more like, for stuff like properly finishing anime. Cause I've watched like some like anime movies. Like I've watched like 2 Ghibli films, like a couple of Pokemon movies here and there. But I do want to finish like an entire series. I've watched stuff like Nichijou. I don't include that, but yeah, Dungeon Meshi. But yeah, I definitely do want to finish like at least one anime series. I definitely especially want to like watch more like indie stuff. Like I've stuff like Digital Circus. Digital Circus is definitely right up my alley. So yeah, I definitely want to get into that. Cause it like Has-Been. I'll tell you, I'm not interested in Has-Been. It's just not my thing. I'm sorry. Same with all of us. Yeah, it's not my thing. I mean, there's definitely some like other like indie. So I've definitely like seen like a list of like indie recommendations from like other creators I've watched. Like, I've definitely like definitely watch more like indie stuff. Like try to watch more like especially watching more like foreign films and stuff like that. I definitely have a couple of things in mind for what I want to watch more. Or definitely in the hopes like like next month Stugo is coming out. It's a new Disney channel. So it's like episodic. Okay, Stugo actually looks pretty fun. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to checking it out when it comes out on next month, airing on Disney Channel. It's gonna air on Disney Channel first, and after that, then like all the episodes are gonna release on Disney Plus. I don't know why they don't do like the next day on like Disney Plus. Kind of like the next day on Max thing. They did like Invincible Fight Girl and other shows, and other like Adult Swim shows. Yeah, of course, yeah, I definitely watch more like some more adult animation stuff. Of course, I definitely do have like quite like a big watch list. Stuff I just really want to get around to. I like read it off like my phone right now. Because you definitely like, focus on watching those things. I'll be finished this, especially other stuff I want to get into like Samurai Jack, Hilda, Infinity Train, Fullmetal Alchemist, Adventure Time, Ponyo. Like, okay, yeah, I've watched like the first few episodes. I really like it. There's definitely stuff I want to continue, like, Steven Universe. Like, also, like, I'm currently watching that. I'm like 40 episodes into season 1. I could have included that, but yeah, I'm like 30 something episodes of season 1. I'm really liking it so far. Definitely interested in continuing it. Like DuckTales 2017, Kim Possible. Obviously, like, yeah, like, watching more older stuff, like, especially like Fiona and Cake, like, after I finished watching all of Adventure Time and the Disneyland specials. I'm definitely interested in, especially watching other stuff like Arcane. I've heard good things about Arcane. Definitely want to, definitely interesting going into that more. Like, yeah. I mean, it's all I really have to say for now. Like, definitely like, expand my taste a bit more. Get other stuff on my watch list, and yeah. Yeah, thanks for, if you've, like, somehow stuck around for this long, despite me rambling for so long. We're not meant to be taken, like, super seriously. It's not like a video essay or anything. I'm just, like, just some guy I'm just really, like, some guy on the internet, like, rambling about shows I really like for, like, 4 hours. Definitely can cut it down quite a bit in, like, editing if I want to do that, like, a bit of a highlight reel. But yeah, like, especially interested, especially how like troubling this current state of the industry is. Yeah. So yeah, like, if you like listen to me ramble for that many hours, and like, thank you for, again, like, I seriously thank you for like sticking around for this long. So yeah, for his like next stream, I'm definitely gonna do the one ranking like every game I've like, like ranking every game I've like beaten this year. So it's definitely, I don't know how long it's gonna be. Hopefully it should be like quite a bit easier to do than this for me. Cause like, it's like 36 games. So yeah, it's around like like the mid 30s of games. Give me even more, but I kind of slowed down towards the end of the year. But like, kind of slowed down towards the end of the year. But speaking too fast, but sorry. But anyway, yeah, that's definitely my next idea for a stream. Yeah, if you enjoyed this, like, like, comment, subscribe, and yeah. And see you next time. See you next time, I'll say it's more, Happy New Year. I know, New Year's gonna be like a few days, but still. See ya. First, follow me on Blue Sky, link in the description. And for Twitch, !links in the chat.